If you've ever gotten a flat tire in the middle of nowhere, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back. Happy hump day. It's Wednesday. We're waiting the CPI print out after let's call it a good PPI print yesterday. We should have a wild day here today. We got bank earnings that started this morning. We got CPI coming at 8:30. We got Tim Melvin also coming at 8:30. And of course, the quantum names are back. So we have a full day ahead of us. I hope you've got your coffee. I hope you're ready to go. Benzinga PreMarket Playbook starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day, schlump day, the turn, whatever you call it. I hope that your morning is good. Let's go ahead and say good morning to everybody. Guardian of the Galaxy. Hello, world. Hello to you. Welcome back. Hope you're having a good morning. Bobby, welcome back. Jaywalker, welcome back. James, welcome. Should be an interesting day, my friends. James, I agree with you. Hugh, good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Paul, good morning. Welcome back. Market Sniper, good to see you as always, boss. Son of God, fishermen of men. What a handle. Good morning. Great to see you here. James, I believe we are in a wait-and-see market. Lots of speculation all over the place, which means more capital on the sidelines. Oh, James, I'm so glad that you said that. I feel like a lot of people are forgetting that. I'm in complete agreement with you. We'll see how that capital ends up getting deployed here, right? We've got a data print that might tell us about some of that. Good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Chuck, welcome back. Crimp Biscuit, welcome back. Sun-Kissed Yogi, locked in the house, welcome back. Jay Harris, welcome back. Philip, good morning. It's good to see you. Kashara, good morning. Hamanta, good morning. Wiss, John, Bernhard, good morning. Hustle and Bustle, good morning. Aries Stock Market, good morning. And Ralph, good morning. Boy, we got a full crew here. You folks are waiting for the CPI. That is for sure. We all kind of are. I'd like to know from you guys, what do you think? What do you think's going to happen? Let's get some predictions on the docket, if you will. In the meantime, let's go ahead and break down the rest of the market. We do have some news to cover. Let me throw up the SPY chart here. So one of the things that I had said recently was that it felt like on this day, right on here, Monday, it felt like just from the price action alone, it felt like the SPY had put in a near-term bottom. And, how long is that going to last? I wouldn't give it more than a couple of weeks because I think inevitably we do move lower here. We've talked a lot about wanting to move down to the 200-day moving average. But I think that before we do that, we're going to get a little bit of a bounce. And so far, that call has not been invalidated yet. We are over the 582.30 level, which is interesting. And of course, the CPI is going to dictate what we see here today. Some other levels to be aware of. Obviously, the 582.30 level to the downside there, that's one to be aware of. 585-ish, right around there. That seemed to be kind of a round number that had produced some resistance prior. Also, taking a look at the daily chart here, we have the 20-day moving average at just about 591, 590.88, and then the 50-day moving average there at 594. Now, I don't think we trade up 10 points on the SPY here today unless something really gets ripping. We'll see. But I do think that we are going to test one of these levels, either that 590.98 or that 582.30. I think one of those levels is going to get tested here today. We'll see. We'll see what the data brings and how the market reacts to that. But that's definitely going to be the biggest data print on the docket here today. Of course, we do have some bank earnings, which we're going to cover, but I do want to run through some of the news here first. Now, first one here, U.S. stocks are set to open higher. So what are we going to do? Well, you guessed right. We're going to take a look at the futures here. S&P futures up 0.36%, just over 0.3. Dow futures up 0.5%, and the NASDAQ up 0.4%. So green arrows across the board ahead of that 8:30 a.m. CPI print. We'll see what happens after we get that print. I am based on the PPI. I kind of got a feeling that we trade up here today. Now, yesterday the fade trade worked, right? We popped in the morning and we faded pretty much all day, although we did not invalidate the lows from Monday. And so I'm wondering if we get the same thing here today. Do we get a pop and a move, or do we get a pop and fade again? That's one of the things that we're going to be taking a look at, though. Anyway, U.S. stocks set to open higher ahead of December inflation data. All eyes around the banking stocks as J.P. Morgan, Goldman, Citi, Wells Fargo report quarterly earnings. Like I said, we will take a look at those reports. Looks like some of those banks here are still trading higher in the pre-market. The CPI estimate is 2.9. The November read, was 2.7. Core CPI month over month estimate is going to be 0.3, which is the same as last month. And then just a quick look around. This is all going to be in the article that the producer linked to you there. The 10-year 4.77, the 2-year 4.35, and the Fed Watch tool is still saying 97.3% no change at the next rate decision. Ed Yardini also says that the market is kind of listless until January 20th, which is, of course, Monday next week. Also, as a reminder, Monday of next week, there is no market in observance of Martin Luther King Day. So we're going to have another shortened week next week, but that means we get a 3-day weekend this week with some playoff football. Oh, that's going to be great. So anyway, that's kind of where we're at. Fed, as far as the Fed goes, Federal Reserve policy reversal. There's buzz around 2025 rate hikes, which gain momentum. Quote, it's a paper barrier. Will break through it quickly if the data becomes overwhelming. That quote is from Ed Al-Husseini from Columbia Threadneedle Investments. So we'll see here if we do get a reversal in rate hike. But tell you what, the market is not ready for that. You want to talk about a sell-off or some type of macro event to do it, that would be it. We'll see if we end up doing that, or if it's business as usual here. Okay. Next, we're going to talk about MicroStrategy, and I'll tell you what, I think that this news story, this is going to turn into one of those polarizing battleground stocks. If it's not already there, frankly, I know we have people on multiple sides of the ledger when it comes to MicroStrategy. We got people straight up calling it a fraud and a Ponzi scheme, and we have others saying that this is the way to play Bitcoin. So all over the map there. That's what makes the market. That's the type of stuff that I like. News here today, MicroStrategy plans a perpetual preferred stock offering to bolster Bitcoin strategy. Now, you're going to have to tell me if you think that is a good or a bad thing. I'd be willing to listen to any opinion all over the place. I'm bullish on Bitcoin and I am bullish on MicroStrategy. But I will say this kind of stuff, it gives me pause. It makes it not as easy of a trade as we kind of figure all of this stuff out. In that article that the producer linked there, Saylor explained that MicroStrategy is looking to raise $2 billion through one or more perpetual preferred stock offerings in the first quarter of 2025. This is right around the corner. We're in the first quarter right now, obviously subject to market conditions. So we'll see if we end up doing that. He goes on. Saylor also highlighted the significance of the potential repeal of the SEC's Staff Accounting Bulletin 121, that's SAB 121, which currently limits banks from providing digital asset custody services. Now, that would be a huge piece of news, right? If that gets overturned here, I do feel like that would be a huge piece of news. Saylor goes on to say that he thinks that might happen given the incoming administration and their friendliness to cryptocurrency in general. So if that happens, I would expect a pop here in MicroStrategy. Also worth noting, let me see if I've got this. I'll actually share this here with you. Also worth noting in here, the benchmark company, after all of this news, the benchmark company reiterated its buy on MicroStrategy and slapped a 650 price target on MicroStrategy. Current price right now, let me go back to Pro here. Current price right now, 343. That is 300 points from where we're at right now. So a big range there on MicroStrategy. People love this stock. People hate this stock. And it's not just Bitcoin, people. It's people from all over. So we'll see. MicroStrategy continuing to make news here. We'll see where it goes. Big of Bees, if you are out there, you might not be, but Big of Bees, if you are out there, I'd like to know what you think about this news. James saying all my MicroStrategy is free in all accounts. I think I would probably need a little bit more explanation on that, but it sounds awesome. Jonathan saying MicroStrategy will have to use the new accounting rules when they print in Fed. It'll be interesting to see how they do there. And then James saying MSTX, that's that levered ETF, not recommended for new investors. Definitely. We've actually seen a lot of volatility in that. James saying $1,300 price target on MicroStrategy. Bullish is the category that I would put you in. And like I said, I don't own this. So it's hard for me to say, I can't really put my money where my mouth is. I don't own this at this time. I have traded this, but I don't own this at this time. But still, I'm definitely bullish on Bitcoin. All of the Bitcoin I own, I've never sold. Not one time have I placed a seller. I've only bought and I've only mined. So anyway, we'll see where Bitcoin goes. A quick look at Bitcoin here in the pre-market. Green slightly, 97,300 on the futures ticker at the CBOE. That's /BTC. So Bitcoin holding here green. I'm sure that's going to react to the CPI along with the rest of the markets. We'll see where we end up going there. Brandy, good morning. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Okay. Next piece of news here. And I know y'all folks are excited about this. Let's be honest. All right. Let's just be honest. The quantum stocks are back. And this is actually on a comment from Microsoft. We're going to start with the Microsoft chart here real quick, just to kind of see where that's at. Still kind of trading sideways here, right beneath the 200-day. Still waiting to see what happens if that does cross the 200-day. I know a lot of us are actually waiting for the market to kind of come back in and reset some of these frothy valuations. Makes a lot of sense. I can't tell you when that's going to happen. And in the immediate near term, I guess we'll see what happens when the CPI print comes out. But in the immediate near term here, it does feel like we're going to try and push a little bit higher. I don't know if we'll set some new highs. I don't think so. It doesn't seem that strong. But we'll see. And we'll see what the CPI print gives us here today. Now, as far as Microsoft goes, we're right beneath the 200-day. We'll see what happens there. But Microsoft had a comment here that lit the quantum stocks again. Microsoft says, quote, "We are right on the cusp of seeing quantum computers solve meaningful problems," end quote. Now, this is in contrast to what we just heard from NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang, who said that quantum computing is still 15 to 30 years off. And I think the language he used, it wasn't the same. It wasn't meaningful problems. It was something similar. I don't think it was meaningful. I think important tasks or something like that. It was something very, very similar. But that type of vagueness or that type of ambiguity, I think, is why these comments are coming out and being so on different sides, if you will. What determines a meaningful problem? How do we determine if it's actually here and commercially viable? We talked a little bit about D-Wave the other day, and the CEO was saying, "Hey, yeah, we're doing this right now. We're doing this right now." Well, why do you have $2 million in revenues and cash flowing negative $16 million a quarter, if that's the case? So anyway, we'll see here. But those comments sparking the entire basket of quantum stocks. Y'all folks know the tickers, QUBT. And also, by the way, I'm going to run through all of these charts because I think that some of these stocks are actually at really interesting areas. We'll start with QUBT here, quantum computing. This thing's right at the 50-day moving average. And so today, I actually expect these to maybe test some of these levels. I wouldn't be shocked if QUBT traded up to 889 today. And if it had some type of reaction there, or if there are a lot of sellers there at 889, maybe it breaks that and we see a pop there. Keep an eye on some of these. I'm sure we're going to break some of these down when we talk about the movers. So we'll probably go ahead and see where they're at after it settles out a little bit. By that time, the CPI should be out. And then we can see where the charts sit. But QUBT, you can see right here, right beneath the 50-day moving average. If we take a look at QBTS, this is in fact D-Wave. We were at the 50-day moving average yesterday. We actually recaptured it on the strong performance yesterday. Today, we're gapping up. It looks like we're trying to fill this gap up to about 577. Current price here, 553, up 17%. here in the pre-market. So these things still obviously have the mo. Rigetti, this is probably the biggest one that our group has been trading. We've talked to the guys at T3. They were trading some of these as well. Shout out to Derek and Adam. Rigetti here, this was a clean bounce off the 50-day. So unlike QBTS, which we just took a look at, which is sitting right beneath its 50-day, Rigetti bounced clean off that. QMCO is another one that we kind of look at. This is quantum. This is really right at the 50-day moving average and did not have some really great performance like we saw to some of the other stocks. So the quantum stocks in play here again today. Let's see where they go. Get ready, because you folks have been trading these for a while. Looks like we're going to have another opportunity here today. Okay, next is going to be Meta. Meta's making a lot of news. Mark Zuckerberg making the rounds here. Obviously, fresh off that Friday podcast with Joe Rogan. Again, I still haven't finished that. I'm really, really close. I should finish it here today. It's been surprisingly excellent for somebody that doesn't really care much for Meta and doesn't really trust Mark Zuckerberg. I'm referring to myself here, just my own personal feelings there. Nonetheless, the podcast was great, and it's really a testament to these long-form interview formats and how much better they are than traditional media spots and such. But that's another rant for another day. Meta plans to cut 5% of its staff and backfill roles in 2025. That is courtesy of an internal memo. Now, the interesting thing here is that Zuckerberg clearly seems to be changing the way he looks at things. Some people saying he's changing with the direction of the wind. Other people are saying, he's just doing this because Trump won. It would be different if Harris won. And that might be true. I'm not even here to dispute that. But what I do know is that they are making some changes there. And the article here about this actually definitely worth a read. Okay. Definitely worth a read in here. There are a couple of things that I wanted to highlight here, and I didn't take notes on it. This is going to be a performance-based attrition. This is, I don't want to say it's going to be exactly like Jack Welch in the days of GE, but it is going to be similar here, where they're just going to keep removing some of the lowest performers. And they say in here, Meta plans to cut about 5% of its lowest performing staffers in a part to raise the bar. They go on to say that we have really ambitious goals, so we need to manage our workforce in a way that ensures we can have the strongest talent working here and can move faster in managing out low performers so that we can bring new people in. This came from, what's this person's name? Hillary Champion, Meta's director of people development. Anyway, so that's what's going on there at Meta. I do think cutting some of the workforce should be good for its overall number. Based on what they're saying here, they're working on really important projects. Zuckerberg kind of hinted at this as well in his podcast, saying that, hey, I don't really want to be someone that is constantly looking at policy, especially as it comes to free speech. I'm a builder, and I want to build things. And so it seems like with this, they do have some ambitious goals that we'll see, if they're Oculus related or AI related or web related, whatever the case is. Meta plans to cut 5% of its staff, going to try and lean out and be a little aggressive there. We'll see what that does for the stock. If we take a look at the stock here, this still also kind of trading sideways, but right near all-time highs, actually looking pretty good. Every dip that this stock makes has been a buying opportunity. And again, I'm having my own personal feelings on all of this, my own personal experiences. It is what it is. Stock has been a really good performer. This news should help it. Okay. Not good for people losing their jobs all the time. Indeed, Hugh. That's how it goes. And that's especially in the private sector. When you have an uber competitive company like this, they are going to churn out some of the lower performers. Totally get it. There's a human factor there, people losing their jobs. I don't ever want to have to go through a job loss or anything like that. But it is what it is. That's the news there on Meta. Meta says AI will replace some coders. So Zuckerberg also touched on that in the podcast. That's not in the article here that we're talking about, but Zuckerberg did touch on that in the podcast. Zuckerberg also kind of feels like, while AI will help, it will never truly be a replacement for humans. I kind of feel the same way. I'm sure there are going to be some low-level jobs that are taken. but I think the net benefit is going to be higher, right? At least that's just my opinion. We'll see if I'm right about that. Last story here, TikTok. This is going to be about TikTok. This can play into some other stocks, maybe even Meta. TikTok is set to be banned in the U.S. this Sunday unless the Supreme Court steps in. Here's what happens to its nearly 17,000 American workforce. I think I have that article right here. Yes, I do. Go ahead and throw that in the chat here as well. The one thing that I kind of want to emphasize here, and kudos to the folks on CNBC because they kind of covered this. I can't remember if it was this morning or yesterday. I think it was yesterday. No matter what happens, I don't think the app is just going to all of a sudden stop working. I think you'll see kind of like a slow degradation in some of the features if it does go that way. I don't necessarily think, okay, this let's just say hypothetically a ban gets slapped on this on Sunday, the app won't work on Monday. I don't think that's going to be how it is. But here, this article is going to tell you what is potentially going to happen and what's going to happen with some of those people that are employed there. It also makes reference to Mr. Beast. I know we had talked recently about, or we had got news recently that Elon Musk might emerge as a buyer for TikTok. It also says in this article here, YouTuber Mr. Beast has also expressed interest in acquiring TikTok to prevent its shutdown. He's reportedly in talks with several other billionaires to explore the feasibility of this purchase, and no names have been discussed. So we do expect some news here on TikTok. And I also would imagine that this is going to then affect some of the other social media companies, Snapchat, maybe even Meta. I think we've talked about Pinterest before. So that's just something to keep in mind here. I'll say this, this is a non-issue for me. I would never install TikTok on my phone. I never have, and I never will. So it is what it is. We'll see how this ends up. Shaking out here. Okay, let's go back to the chart here. We can talk about some of the earnings reports that we've got here. 9 minutes till the data drop, 8 minutes now until that CPI, 8 minutes also until we have Tim Melvin on here today. Eva here is saying, word is it will not be updated, so eventually it will just stop working. Eva, that's what I gather too. That is spot on. And so, this ban it is what it is. I don't necessarily think it's just going to stop the thing from working overnight. That's the big takeaway that I have there. Okay, O'Leary. Bobby's mentioning O'Leary. There was some news on that. I don't know how serious he is. And you know what else, Bobby? I wouldn't even really be shocked if it turns out that Kevin O'Leary is one of the billionaires mentioned in reference to Mr. Beast. That would really come as no surprise for me. But you're right on that. I did hear that news yesterday as well. I did hear his name being mentioned in that. Lion Atlas, good morning. Lion say Musk is buying TikTok. You guys don't even need to worry about the rest of this. Musk is going to do it. We'll see, Lion. We'll see if that ends up happening. Okay, really quickly. And then the other thing I wanted to mention here before we cover some of those bank earnings, we were talking about ways to kind of play the terrible tragedy in California with all the fires out there. One of the things that we had talked about are stocks that might benefit from a rebuild. Home Depot and Lowe's, probably the two best for that. Lowe's, when this really started, was at an awesome spot here, just really right on the 200-day. You can see we've actually traded up off that 200-day. We've taken out the 20-day here. Sure looks like if we pop above this high, which I have at 250-270, this probably trades up towards that 50-day at 261. So a couple of these. And then Stay Focused. I don't know if Stay Focused is here, but he brought us another potential play in the happy hour yesterday that I want to share with the group here today. That's going to be ticker PAVE, P-A-V-E. This is the Global X Funds U.S. Infrastructure Development ETF. And I think that this is a sharp call on his part. I think that this might be one of those easier ETFs to hold for the long term. I think that this is going to benefit from some of the rebuild there. And I think that infrastructure seems to be a nonpartisan issue. Both sides seem to like that. So I don't think the change in administration is going to hurt that either. PAVE here, not an ETF that I've traded. Glad that this was put on my radar yesterday. I have no position here, but I figured I'd bring it to the group as well. Okay. Market is getting fired up. The futures are popping. You're right about that, James. Futures are trading up a little bit here into this print. If you take a look at the intraday chart here, here's your SPY. I don't have the futures here, but here's your SPY. We are trading up here. We'll see what we get when we actually get this print. The market's kind of tipping its hand right now. So we'll see if we end up getting confirmation or if it just catches people off guard. In the meantime, though, again, 5 minutes until that data print comes. Let's run down some of the bank earnings that we got here this morning. We're going to start with ticker JPM, JP Morgan. JP Morgan Chase shares trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 EPS results. GAAP EPS 481 beat the 411 estimate. Big beat there. Sales 43.73 billion. Beat the 41.7 billion estimate. So you had a beat on the top and the bottom line here. Looks like JPM did trade up to about 256 and 3/4 here in the pre-market before coming back in about 6 points. You take a look at the daily chart. Stock just looks really strong. Remember, this was famously called a fortress by Jim Cramer, who absolutely loves JPM in terms of the customer-facing banks. Having a nice little move here today. The level to watch, there is a little bit of this kind of consolidation level up here at 250, but the level to watch here is going to be the top end of this candle. I have that at 254.31. We'll see if we test a new all-time high here in JP Morgan. Let's see. You guys are talking. JP looked good. The charge-offs were bad. I didn't dig into the charge-offs. Is that why it came back in? Maybe it didn't end up breaking down. UK was cool on inflation, so US might be looking to follow that. I'll tell you what, given the arrows in the up direction and the green or the green arrows in the up direction, English, that would make sense. So we'll see if we end up getting that here today. Anyway, JP Morgan, their report looks pretty good. Let's see if there was anything else here in the news feed that's worth mentioning. We just gave you the EPS numbers in there. Investment banking revenues jumped 46%. Jamie Dimon says, quote, inflation may persist for some time, end quote. The market, at least so far, shaking that off. We'll see what the CPI has to say about that. Okay. That should do it here for JPM. The next one that I wanted to take a look at here is going to be Goldman Sachs. Good old Goldman Sachs, ticker GS. So here we go. Goldman Sachs shares are trading higher after the better than expected Q4 financial results. Goldman Sachs GAAP EPS of $11.95 beat the $8.30 estimate. Good Lord, $3+ beat there on the EPS, big beat there. Sales $13.87 billion beat the estimate of $12.39 billion. They had, I was listening earlier, they had some other pretty good data points here. Investment banking fees rose 24%. We've talked a lot about, we're kind of expecting more mergers and acquisitions this year with the incoming administration. Global banking and market revenue rose 33%. Provisions for credit losses fell 39%. Global banking and markets up 33%. Net interest income up 75%. So you had a pretty good report here out of Goldman Sachs across the board. Goldman Sachs trading up by 2% here in the pre-market here today. Looking at the chart, do want to see this get above that, above that 581.34. It's going to be your 50-day moving average here in the pre-market, currently sitting right at 583. Giddy up. Let's see if we can then take out that high. Okay, we do have some more bank earnings to go through, but I don't necessarily think they're pressing. We are now under 2 minutes until we have, till we're expecting the CPI data print. Let's break that down with our good friend Tim Melvin, shall we? Tim, it's good to see you as always. Thanks for joining us again here on Hump Day. Look, I know this is your favorite day. It's either this or Fed Day.
I can't decide which one moves me less, Ryan. I mean, look, the inflation numbers going into, as we go into 2025, as we go into the new Trump administration, yeah, we got to consider them, okay? Because the bond market is clearly terrified, right? I mean, it's
flashing red alert signals.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, the flashing time is over. This thing's been in a downtrend. Whether we go with the 10-year or the 30-year, bonds are in a downtrend while stocks are in an uptrend, not sustainable. First off, yes, I see all that. Good morning to everybody. Glad to be here. So we'll see. We'll see what the CPI print is. The PPI was a little light. Did we get it yet?
Well, the SPY is reacting here, so this thing is absolutely popping. Let's go ahead and go over to my news feed, and I will try and deliver that print for you here. U.S. core CPI year over year for December 3.2 versus the 3.3 estimate. The prior read was also 3.3. That number's a little light. Core CPI month over month. This is the one we're waiting for December. 0.2 versus the 0.3 estimate. The prior read was also 0.3. That also a little bit lighter here. U.S. CPI year over year for December in line 2.9%. Versus the 2.9% estimate. The prior read there was for 2.7%, so that number's still holding higher than the previous read. And then the CPI month over month for December also in line 0.4 versus the 0.4 estimate. The prior read was 0.3. So there we go. Boom. Our number is out. SPY trading higher. Here you go, Tim. You look absolutely excited. I mean, I can barely even stand
it. I cannot wait to go through, because I do something nobody else that I know does, right? I actually get these press releases out and I read them. So, BLS sends out these really cool for free from the government, your tax dollars at work. You can go in and break it down by category. Like the PPI yesterday was mostly food, and most of the food was, any guess? Take a guess, Ryan. What drove PPI yesterday?
Food.
What segment of the food market specifically? Do you know?
I don't offhand. If I had to guess,
eggs.
Well, why don't you just what is it?
Eggs.
I should have known that. We just had Cal-Maine report earnings and they went high. I should have guessed. Eggs. Tim, I'm 0 for 1 today, Tim. Damn it.
Egg prices spiked like mad in November and kind of flat. And if you go to the grocery store at all, you know that.
And I was just there. I just bought eggs from Costco this last weekend.
Right. Well, see, that's your problem. You bought Costco, so you didn't get the real American price.
Okay. Well, here, by the way, here's the chart of calm. This still at all-time highs. Anyway, keep going, Tim.
It'll be fun to dissect this. I mean, if anybody really thinks that the 3.2 versus 3.3 made a difference, I do have bridges in Manhattan and a nice fireproof home in LA to sell to you, because it doesn't. That number's not going to change anything. I'm kind of interested to see if there's any big move in the bond market yet this morning. Do you have that there, Ryan? Save me digging around here.
I'm sorry. What were you looking for? I was reading the chat here.
What are bonds doing?
I don't have that here in front of me. I don't have that feed in Pro. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can pull that up in one of my other windows. Just give me a sec.
Okay, bonds are up about 0.95%.
Oh, you have it? Okay, great.
Measured by the TLT. That's not a huge reaction. So yeah, we'll see how it goes through the day. I view the number as kind of a non-event. It's okay news. I mean, the real thing on inflation is what happens when the Trump administration begins implementing a new policy. Well, what policies do they implement? What's the market reaction to it? What's the global reaction to it? We don't know the answers to that. We won't for a while.
Yeah, we won't. Okay, that's the part that I wanted to ask you about. You said that we won't for a while. We actually did just discuss this yesterday in our after-hour show on Happy Hour. How long do you think before we start seeing any type of meaningful impact from new policy? Do you think? And I don't need I don't need you to give me a date. Q4 of 2025. What do you think?
No, it won't be that long. The reaction will be, if it on the tariff side, it's going to be immediate. We'll know right away.
Okay.
Certainly in pricing by the first quarter. The first quarter after the election. But the global reaction we'll know immediately, and you'll be able to figure it out from there.
Okay.
So let's get into the meat, because trust me, a year from now, you will not remember today. Well, you might. Something else really cool might happen for you today, but you will not remember what the CPI print was.
No, you're right about that, Tim. And I'll tell you what, there have been a couple of these where I've been like, wow, this is a really important day. And to your point, 3 days later, I can't remember the number without looking it up. So you're absolutely a year from now, I got no chance.
Yeah, you'd be lucky if you remember it a week from now, because there's going to be more numbers, right? And we've got the inauguration. There's a whole bunch of crazy stuff coming up. Yeah. So, all right. I told you guys we'd talk about Europe, and I've got a couple picks that I promised Ryan, so we're going to get into those. But let's start with some stuff that we kind of ran across that was pretty interesting this week. First off, study out by a group of people with unpronounceable names, unfortunately, but they're doing a lot of work on ETF momentum trading. And I'm just trying to get up there to that. There we go. And they've come out with a paper, Robust Testing of Country and Asset ETF Momentum Strategy. And basically, what they've come in here, they've used in 13 ETFs. And I think this is important. And we're going to do a lot of work on this year because individual investors are leaving just an enormous amount of money related to momentum, time series, momentum-based trend following on the table. Because this works, it works really well over time. The problem has been getting enough markets in there for it to work well. So they're using a bunch of different ETFs. They've got several stock ETFs, some emerging markets, real estate, bonds, commodities, a bunch of different commodities. And so what they've done is they boiled all this down and they're trying to come up with a long short strategy. And what they found initially is that the long side of momentum strategies works really well on all of these indexes, actually outperforms stocks with lower risks and drawdowns. However, the short side doesn't work worth a damn. It just really does not work. And part of that is because generally speaking, shorting stocks, which is a big presence in there, doesn't work all that well in a long-term classification unless you nail the signal. Hard to do on a shorter-term signal like they're using here. What they found, Ryan, is that they broke this down to the 4 strongest of the long side, and then the 1 weakest of the short side, they gave a 30% weight to. Then they only take the short signal if you take the short signals, whatever. We're only going to trade the weakest, but we're going to look at all of the ETFs in this that are giving a short signal. And if the short-term correlation of those weak ETFs is higher than the long-term correlation, then we take the short signal. Otherwise, we just stay long. There's a lot more math in here than most folks want to do, but you could put this together pretty quick. We could actually, I already know how you could put this together in Pro without working real hard. And we'll try. Maybe we'll have this for people when we do that webinar at the end of the month.
Okay.
So anyway, this is a really cool signal. You get the world down to you've got a portfolio of, I think that's 13 or 14 ETFs total. You're going to be trading 4 to 5 at any given time. You're using a weighted momentum figure. So you're calculating the 3, 6, 9, and 12 month because the death of most momentum strategies is you use a 12-month momentum and you've got something that's been outperforming for 12 months, but over the last 3, it's a turkey. And proceeds to go into the garbage can from there. So the weighted momentum helps you avoid some of those. So you're trading 4 long, 1 short when the short side is highly correlated. And it actually works extremely well. You have much lower drawdowns than just a long only strategy. You're beating the stock market. You're feeding your trading Jones. There's a lot to like about this. And as I said, we're going to talk a lot more about trend following and why retail investors should be using it. And trend following is the value investing of trading, in case you didn't know. It's like, we know it works. There's a lot of people that have gotten stupid, dirty, filthy, rich using trend following. They're still getting rich using trend following. Trend following, however, is boring as hell. It also has a low win rate, like 40 to 50% win rate if you're good. But your winners just are so far, they're so much larger than your losers that it delivers market-beating returns. However, there's no daily action, right? There's no regular activity. It tends to be a longer-term strategy. People hate those for some reason. I don't understand, but they do. We're hardwired that way.
It's just not as exciting. They want the flashing lights and all that.
Go to the damn casino.
You're right.
You know why our fathers didn't day trade? Because the racetracks were still open.
Okay. Fair enough. It's more fun watching dogs and horses at the track. I get it.
Right, or the casino. You get free cocktails. I mean, you're still going to lose your money, just like most day traders, but at least you'll get drunk. So
I was going to say,
at
least you get drunk for free. So, all right.
All right, moving through a couple other papers here. Edward Macquarie, who's done some interesting work for a professor from Santa Clara, California University. This is not the first of his papers that I've run across. It was like, wow, this is different. So he went back, he dug up a data set of market returns going all the way back to 1792, including, it would have to, but 1792 international markets. And he looks at the historical performance of stocks and bonds. Here's what he found. You know that whole myth about it's always better to have your money in stocks? It ain't true. Stocks have beaten bonds 68% of the 50-year periods between 1792 and 2020. There have been periods of history where stocks underperform bonds for literally decades. We have seen just in the last 20 years periods, 2000 to 2010 comes leaping to mind, where you were much better off with your money in bonds than you were with money in stocks. So when we look at, the takeaway from this paper, and by the way, lifting this from the guys at alphaarchitect.com who do a great job every week of breaking down some of the academic studies. The takeaway here is the 60-40 mix, the 80-20 mix, or whatever it is probably not, in the grand scheme of things, always going to be your best bet. There are going to be times where you want to be far more equally weighted across a wider selection of asset classes, which also can get back to our discussion about trend following. So that's just another quick, challenging sort of the conventional view. The paper brings up some interesting insights and thoughts that you're not being told by Wall Street and by your financial planner and by the guys at Schwab. You're not hearing these discussions. You need to be prepared, because remember, the biggest trick to beating the market as a long-term investor is to survive long enough to be a long-term investor. Now, one more paper that I want to get to before we get to Europe. This, I think I've referenced this before, but a fellow by the name of Marcel Schwartz and Matthias Hanauer published a study last month, Ryan, and it's called Formula Investing. And they looked at just formulaic strategies for picking stocks. They found the Piotrowski F-score formula that's using the F-score and low price to book value. They're using the magic formula. That's the Joel Greenblatt, high return on capital, high earnings yield, as measured by enterprise value to earnings before interest and taxes. The acquirer's multiple, which is simply enterprise value divided by earnings before interest and taxes, EBIT, or enterprise value divided by operating earnings, depending which way you want to use it. And then a conservative formula that goes low vol. Now, here's what it finds. All of these beat the market handily. And the study period is 1963 to 2022. I can tell you that they beat the market over the past couple of years as well. And again, they're not the most exciting things that you'll ever do in your life. I use a lot of this, particularly the F-score formula, because I'm a book value junkie.
Sure.
It works extremely well. Doesn't beat the market, slaughters the market. We are going to talk a lot more about this because we do have a stock service coming out devoted to value and momentum strategies that uses a version of this heavy, along with a version. When I say a version, it means, I've never met Mr. Piotrowski. The acquirer's multiple, that's Toby Carlisle, and I am privileged to have known Toby for some time. So I know the work, but I tweaked it. I put the Tim tweak on it. You always got to put that Tim tweak in there.
Gotta make it your own.
Got to make it my own. So we do use versions of that. And I don't feel guilty about it because both of them are using a version of Ben Graham's work. So I don't feel guilty. And in the magic formula, I I haven't used that as much as I probably should because it does still really work. And it works real well in a market that we're going to talk about here in a second. So when you look at these strategies, though, it's a do-it-yourself portfolio. You can, do the top 20, the top 30, whatever it is. They beat the market easily. And again, it's not rocket science. It's very formulaic. It's meant to be that. It's based on sound finance, sound economics, and sound valuation theory. If your goal is to beat the S&P, you can do it using these formulas. If your goal is to beat the ever-loving what out of the S&P and earn more than most investors and most traders, use some simple trend following rules and leverage using these formulas, and you'll crush it. Now, I wanted to get this paper introduced here today, Ryan, because we're going to come back next week and we're going to apply this to some global markets.
Okay. Sweet.
So now, in case you guys can't tell, and if you take the Under the Radar report or my e-letter, I'm pretty big on European stocks right now, and they're featured widely in the perfect stock portfolio on Benzinga Edge. And I see that James is talking about how well his trading account is doing. Congratulations. That is absolutely fantastic. You are in the 1/10 of 1%. So anyway, listen, Europe. What's the consensus view on Europe? It's awful. I mean, you hear nightmares about Europe, and there's news coming out of Germany and France at any given time on politics, on the economy, on immigration, just on almost everything that is going on across the old world, across the continent. It looks pretty nasty, right? The economic news is great. The markets have lagged behind. The ECB is playing catch up. They're very easy to make fun of. And that just gets me, that kind of dismal, the world is ending, it's awful, it's terrible. That gets me really excited because that sounds a lot like the United States in the 70s or the United States in 2008. Pick a bad period of time when it was a great time to be buying stocks. We're there in Europe. All right. The entire planet right now, by the way, is underweight Europe. Everybody's overweight. We are 4% of the global population, 25% of GDP. Okay. Maybe 26 to 27 depending what they were measuring this. All right. So let's call it 27% of global GDP. We are 70% of global market cap. Right. It's a little out of skew. Then when we take valuation ratios, like my favorite, the Cape 10-year average PE, we are at 38. Most European nations are somewhere between 15 and 20 against a long-term historical global average of about 16 to 17. Europe is way cheaper than the United States. Earnings are depressed. They do not have the technology industry that the United States has. We have for decades dominated the big tech side of things. So it's really time to start thinking about Europe in your longer term investment accounts. You've got, if you look at the growth companies in Europe, they're great companies. You've got ASML Holdings. You can't do everything that NVIDIA is doing without machinery from ASML.
Right. This does the lithography for those chips, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Yep. Photo lithography. Yep.
And they're like $14 gajillion each, and you need a bunch of them. So
this thing actually a pretty healthy pullback from its recent high here at 1100 too.
Yes.
This thing down 33% off those highs. Actually, it looks like it might be curling. Okay.
Yep. Then you've got NVO Nordisk, Novartis, of course, the drug companies. Novo Nordisk is big on the GLP-1 drugs, which they seem to cure a new thing every day, which makes me a little suspicious. But
you know what? I'm glad that you said that. It makes me suspicious too. And I've read other things about really terrible side effects for this, like leaky gut and blindness. I mean, for heaven's sake. So I'm with you on that. This NVO chart.
Yeah, but
this looks rough.
if you walk around all the time with a bag of Fritos in your face, isn't that the same as being blind? So I mean, it's a cost benefit on these things. Okay.
God, it's been so long since I've had Fritos. Now that you mention it.
See, you got to do what I did and get you a Texas-born wife, because every once in a while, Fritos just magically appear. But the thing about the GLP-1 drugs, and somebody just put it into the chat. There are uses. It does work for weight. It does work certainly for diabetes, which was the original intention of the drug.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's a big drug. Novo's going to continue to be great. So there are some great companies in Europe, but where I get excited, and I'm old school, I'm a geek. European banks they're not just on sale; they're almost giving them away. So I look at a company like Societe Generale, and I'm going to give you the OTC tickers on these, okay? There's enough volume in them, you can trade them. It's SCGLY. So it's trading at 35% of book value, 5 times earnings. They have plenty of capital. This is a French bank. This is part of the reason for other thing I'm telling you. Should be a 3.4% yield. Now, the thing to remember, I'm going to give you these dividends, all right? These banks mostly pay annual or semi-annual dividends, and they're declared by the board based on the profits. So it's not like McDonald's where you can just figure the quarterly is going to be the same forever and ever. Mm-hmm. But these guys are doing okay. They're having a decent year in spite of the madness in France right now. AIBGY, this is Allied Irish, AIB. It's 6 times earnings, 1 times book, 5.1% yield. I think that yield's going to come in a little higher this year because they're having a really good year. Then UniCredit looks like their deal to buy Commerce Bank's probably not going to fly through. UNCFF, Italian bank, plenty of capital, 6 times earnings, 1 times book, 7% yield. And BNP Paribas is my absolute favorite at about 60% book. That's BNPQY out of France. 60% of book, 7 times earnings with a 7.9% yield. Spanish bank, CaixaBank, CAIXY. I know I mispronounced it. I mispronounce it every time. Every time I think it's Caixa, somebody calls it, no, it's Caxa. If I say Caxa, somebody's going to call and tell me it's Caixa. Anyway, it's CAIXY. It's a fantastic bank. 7.5 times earnings, 10% dividend yield, Ryan, and 1.2 times book. European banks have enough capital. The loan book is in pretty good shape. Europe's got something called risk transfer securities where they're allowed to take loan assets and bundle them and sell them while maintaining the servicing rights. And I do see the post about customers leaving AIB hand over fist.
Yeah,
join
I was hoping that gentleman is actually in Europe.
Okay, and we're seeing some of that kind of everywhere, but it's not in the deposit numbers, at least the ones that I've seen that the bank releases. So,
source, I'm one of them. Okay, which is a good source, mind you. But
that's a great source.
One of the things you're saying there is that the deposit numbers, despite this, are not actually changing, and that's an important takeaway.
That's important, and the credit's good, the capital's good. Sure. So yeah, it's the industry's in good shape, and you're collecting great dividends from stocks that are dramatically undervalued. Then on the growth side, got a couple for you here. Turkish Cell Company, TKC, incredible growth potential out of this company. This one's actually listed here in the United States. They're doing business in Turkey and in markets around Turkey. This is it's a phenomenal marketplace. Turkey obviously does not have the penetration that we do here in the United States. It's extremely cheap. Turkey is one of the top 5 cheapest markets in the world, by the way, as measured by CAPE ratio. I just got those final numbers the other day. And I'm just trying to pull up the relevance here. But this thing is going to grow at probably 15 to 20% a year for the foreseeable future. Turkey And again, this is what I like to see, right? You've got a strongman government. People are pointing fingers at it. They don't like it. It's unpopular. They've been deeply involved in Syria. There's rooms of racketeering and corruption and cronyism. And that's just like the perfect environment to be a buyer. You've got a 20% grower that's currently trading at 15 times trailing earnings, and earnings are going to better than double this year for this company. The long-term growth rate is, I said, 20% with pretty fat margins. So we like what we see in the company, and we like what we see in the Turkish markets. Now, Ryan's promised stocks. Our first one up is a company by the name of Sport Radar. Sport Radar is a Swiss company. They operate in the sports business. They do sports data. They set odds. They do customer engagement tools. They do live streams, gaming products, casino solutions. They run sports books. They have odds making platforms. They provide operational insights. They help sports companies attract talent and manage their marketing services. They do the same for books and casinos. They have heavy operations in the United States. This stock trades in the United States.
What's the ticker?
SRAD. This is a great growth story. It's out of Switzerland, as I said, growing like crazy. Next 5 years' earnings are estimated to be close to 50% a year. This is not a Tim Melvin value stock. If you look at the multiples, that becomes shockingly clear. But it is growing at a really fast rate. Revenues are growing. Earnings better than tripled over the last 12-month comparison. The quarter over quarter was up 795%. The U.S. gaming operations are driving the gains, but gambling is still big in Europe and spreading. So this is just a phenomenal way to play the global sports betting market.
Okay, this is really interesting. I actually like this because we get questions all the time about like trading DraftKings. Like we got a question yesterday about trading DraftKings around or into the Super Bowl. I think that this makes a lot more sense, right? The global angle of this makes a lot more sense, especially since DraftKings is spending so much money to acquire customers. So this is a really timely call. I like this, Tim.
Okay, and then the next one up. Ready?
Yes.
The Greek Organization of Football Prognostics. Your OTC symbol is GOFPY.
Okay, never heard of this one. I'm excited for this.
Well, now if you lived in Greece and you like to gamble, you would have heard of this.
Only one of those is true.
They are a gambling company that operates the lottery in Greece and sports betting, including horse races. They are, ready for this? Button up. The exclusive gambling provider in Greece. Ooh. So they do lotteries, they do betting, online betting. They do a bunch of other online games designed to part you from your money. They, good old bookies. They take bets over the phone. They do electronic transfers, and they have both online and physical retail gambling and lottery services. Okay. This thing is crying to be bought by somebody. There's all sorts of restrictions and the reasons the Greek government's not ready to do this. It does trade over the counter. Based on the current payouts, the dividends are a whopping 9.43%. Looks like it's expected to hold. The Piotrowski score is up there, and this one does have much more Tim Melvin characteristics, shall we say. The acquirer's multiple enterprise value to EBIT is only 8.24. It's not a book value bargain by any stretch of anybody's imagination, but it's a good cheap stock with based on earnings and cash flow. You've got a Piotrowski score of 7, and Altman Z-score, which is a bankruptcy predictor rating. Higher is good, lower is bad. It's a 4.27, way into the safe zone. So they're not using stupid amounts of debt. They're working, hand in hand, arm in arm with the government to make sure the gambling services get done here. return on invested capital is way over the cost of capital. This is a great company that nobody's paying any attention to. Why? Because they tend to pay out their dividends, right? They're the gambling provider in Greece. There's difficulty and restrictions possibly with expanding to other companies. Sales only going to happen with the permission of the government. So they're paying out their earnings. They got nowhere to reinvest them. Now, someday, KKR or Blackstone or somebody's going to walk into the Greek government and say, look, come on, let's cut a deal here, guys. We want to buy this thing. And the offer is going to be too good to say no. And it will get taken over. And until then, they're just going to make a lot of money and they're going to pay it out to you every year. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm good with that too. That didn't sound like a bad deal at all.
No. So there's your, as promised, Ryan, there's your 2 gambling stocks. I didn't want to let you down.
Tim, you always come through. There is no letting down. You came through with some education. You came through with some dividend banks or dividend picks, and you came through with some gambling picks. We're good.
Now, next week, we're going to come back and we're going to take what we know now from the formula research, and we're going to take some of these, the magic formula, the F-score formula, which I did today. I had a chance to back test before we come on. The F-score formula in Europe, again, lights out, really does well. So we're going to use that and the acquires multiple, and we're going to go looking for European and Japanese stocks that have the potential for mind-blowing future returns based on simple formulaic investing that takes advantage of financial information and history, quite a bit of psychological information in history, behavioral finance, to build winning investment strategies. And we're going to apply it to the cheapest markets in the world.
Okay. Dumpster diving with Tim next weekend. Or next Wednesday.
Oh my God. You know what? We're talking about doing just a show devoted to some of this stuff. And Ryan, you just gave me the name.
We're done. Look, this is what I do, Tim. This is what I do.
Management's going to hate you for this because I'm going to put my heels in because I love the title.
Wouldn't be the first time, Tim. It would not be the first time. Tim Melvin, everybody. I tell you what, Wednesday's one of my favorite days of the week. Tim, you did not let down yet again. What do you got is your final word?
No,
I thought you were holding your finger
no. Guys, look, have a fantastic week. I love the feedback on here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, me too.
Something that comes back and says, hey, I'm in Europe. They're yanking money out of the banks. That's good information. And I like having the discussion. So please, participate, jump in here. You absolutely cannot insult me.
And you know what, Tim says?
I'm married with adult kids and grandkids. You try harder.
I want to put this out there too. Maybe we don't do this enough here because I do try to create an environment that's supposed to be uplifting for everybody. But a variance of opinions, that's going to be helpful long-term to anything that we're talking about. And as Tim just said, get involved. Let's hear what you have to think. That's why we do this. So, Tim, really appreciate you. Have a great rest of your week. We're going to see you next Wednesday. All right, my man?
See you guys. Have a great week, everybody.
That is Tim Melvin. Thank you, Tim. I tell you what, he never disappoints. Never, ever disappoints. I didn't think I was going to get a OTC betting stock here today, but we sure do. Tim is awesome, and you are welcome. And I've got more awesome news for you. As if that wasn't enough, Tim's departure leaves room for 13, who is, of course, waiting to come on here. 13, welcome. Happy hump day, boss. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Looking across the movers and seeing some familiar faces. Kind of wanting to discuss a little bit about if quantum's coming back or not.
All right, perfect. That was one of my topics on the news that we already talked about here today, so that would be perfect for us to discuss that. Do you want to just dive right into that? Do you want to discuss some of the movers? How do you want to handle this? By the way, real quickly, while we were talking with Tim there, watching the S&P 500 here after that CPI print that sent us higher here. Short, a little SPY in the pre-market here, looking for a repeat of yesterday where we had the fade trade after that PPI pop. We'll see if I get that again here. Stop would probably be something like 594 on this trade. We'll see if we end up getting that. Anyway, 13, where do you want to start?
We could go ahead and start with these movers. We can get to the quantum and the I guess we'll call it shipbuilding names later. That's SHIP. I've noticed that we're seeing some of these naval related stocks start to move in relation to the increased naval budget that has been discussed over the past week. So I think we could see some like the LAES name. I think that's the underwater drones, right?
Yeah, I believe it is. And I think LASE is laser photonics. This is the drone defense droning. Okay, sorry, I get those mixed up all the time. So I just want to make sure I'm straight on that as well.
So quantum and these ship names are looking interesting this morning. But let's get to some of the other movers that are kind of topping the scanner. By the way, the scanner brought to you by Benzinga, giving us some of these names here that we're going to be taking a look at, starting with SGBX.
Hey, I absolutely love that lead in 13. Way to go. The scanner is brought to you by Benzinga Pro here. Well done. All right, you know what? Here is SGBX. You can see that this is popping like crazy right now. There was no news on this, at least not that I saw here, but this was a mover from yesterday on a strategic acquisition and leadership shakeup. So what do you got here on SGBX?
Yeah, so that was that was actually the news that I was seeing, because they did come out with it yesterday, and then it seems like this morning they kind of rehashed that because the headline I have here from 645 is that New Asia Holdings announces letter of intent for transformative acquisition of OLENOX and Matchfu. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but that's the company that's being acquired by the New Asia Holdings. That's the company that's being acquired by SGBX. So I think this is just a matter of they put those two together and thought, okay, well, this is a good deal, because when you look at what this company New Asia Holdings has, they have some interesting companies that are involved in automation of oil and gas extraction. So I think that's the reason why this is moving. I'm not exactly sure why this company is moving, because they're the one that's doing the acquiring. So I think this is just a good move, and they're being rewarded for it. 404 million shares in the float. The company does need cash, and it does do a whole lot of offerings. So I think we need to be a little bit cautious here because they don't have a very large cash position, and they are a frequent issuer of stock. They've done a lot of offerings over the past several years. I wouldn't be surprised if they were getting ready to do another one, especially if they're looking to acquire this company for the automation in oil and gas. Okay.
Real good stuff there. SGBX, really quickly here. Good morning, Jay Rice. Good morning, Carmen. Oh, I clicked on the wrong name there. Good morning, Carmen. Good morning, Big Bees. Jay's asking what's hot. Well, market here after that CPI print. But Jay, I would ask you, what do you think about this? Because yesterday we saw a pop on the PPI print. We saw a fade all day. What do you think here on the CPI print? Full disclosure, took a little SPY short here in the pre-market, so we'll see if we get a bit of a pullback there on that fade. Okay. Anyway, good morning. Thanks for stopping by here. Next on the list.
Well, I just wanted to give some levels real quick on SGBX.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
No worries. So this is breaking out over $1, which it was beneath before today. So there is a bit of a resistance area, a little bit above 160, which is currently trying to get through. And if it does, then we have some more resistance we can see at about 205. Should this continue to push up through that area, I see another resistance coming up to somewhere between 280 and 285. So those will be the upside targets I would have at this stage if we can get through 160.
Okay, that I'll tell you what, this 160 that break then becomes a pretty big level here. Those targets pretty high up there. Okay, next on the list here, OSTX. This is OS Therapies. OS Therapy shares are trading higher after the company announced its phase 2B clinical trial of one of its drugs achieved its primary endpoint. We've seen a lot of these. We've traded a lot of these. This thing had a spike up towards that 850. We retraced about 50% of the move, and we're doing a decent job holding here. What we'd really like to see is a push through that VWAP there on the expanding volume that we look for. Looking here, there's very, very little short interest. I have an undefined float, so I don't have a float figure. Curious if you've got one there.
Yep.
Do you have? Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I looked at a couple of places. My broker says 1.6 million, and then FinViz was saying 16.69 million. So it's somewhere in there.
Okay. So somewhere right in there then.
Yeah.
Okay. So OSTX here, this trade much higher. What do you think about this one? You think this is a potential mover here for the day? You have levels for it?
I have some levels. I think the news is particularly interesting because there's another catalyst coming up that's hidden in the PR here for this phase 2B results. This drug that they are working on here. Let me actually just pull this up so I got the correct one. It's OST-HER2. This is for osteosarcoma. And what they actually have a couple of other trials that they're doing with this right now. One is, I believe, in phase 3, and the other is not as far along as this phase 2B. But what's interesting is that if you read the PR, with this result, they are expecting to engage with the FDA for an accelerated pathway, so they don't have to enroll and treat as many people or any for that matter. So if they that would be the next piece of news that you would want to watch with this one. If you're looking to try this one later on. I don't suggest that you hold anything like this. These don't have any revenue. They just eat cash. But just keep it on your radar because this is something that they are going to be engaging with the FDA after this result. So that's the thing to watch for. Just watch for the news and when they engage the FDA, because if they do get that accelerated pathway, it should really make this stock move again. They do need cash up. They do need cash up.
So you're giving us the next catalyst to look for here. Now I'm assuming you're going to say that they need cash here.
Oh,
so
yeah.
What's going on with the cash position?
Well, they're a clinical trial company and they burn through it. That's the par for the course with these companies. But I would think that they're going to need to do some kind of capital raise. But I'm not sure that they're going to do that right away. But it still looks like they need to. Now there are ways that they could raise capital without diluting shares. They could do it through convertibles. But I don't know what their financial plans are. All I can see is that they don't have a very robust cash position. And they're still in the middle of some other trials with other drugs too. So,
okay, OSTX, that's an interesting one. I'm gonna be watching that for a move through 7 here. Next is going to be VMAR. This is Vision Marine. I feel like we've traded this one here recently. We did have some some news from last night. I actually had patent news from last night. So that's what's going on here. This was after hours yesterday. Vision Marine Technology shares are trading higher after the company announced it filed its latest patent application with the United States Patent and Trademark Office for a battery authentication encryption technology. Okay. Stock is up 44% here today. This stock was down 14.6% yesterday. Big pop in the after hour. We got more pops here today. I am concerned about the pre-market price action here. We've seen some of this patent news drive stocks in the pre-market only to have them come back in the regular session. And the secondary pre-market pop here, albeit on bigger volume, did not reach the same level, and we retraced that entire move. So we'll see if we get a move here in VMAR. I feel like we've traded this one recently. 3.76% of the float shorted. The float is in our butter zone here of just under 3 million shares. 13, what do you got here? VMAR.
So I don't remember what it was that we traded on this. What was the news that we traded when this last made its move. And
I think it was this $11.7 million boost growth in acquisitions, if I'm not mistaken. That was on Jan 10. And that would have been late in the day. So it would have been Monday, the following Monday, that this thing reacted.
Okay. So
so it did react here. Yep. Friday in the Was this is the pre-market? Looks like this went in. Yeah, this went in the pre-market, and then right out of the open, this thing spiked up to near 4 and came back in, and it's been down ever since. It was Friday, January 10th, that we traded this last.
And the funny thing about that on Monday is that when it did go up in the pre-market, it announced a private placement offering. That likely is what pulled it down in the pre-market, and then when we opened, rebounded. But yes, it's because of the private placement. So they did raise some capital there, and this is one of those stocks that I was kind of lumping in with the other naval plays, because they make electric powertrain systems for boats.
Yep.
So when that immediately makes me think, okay, well, where have we seen electric boats before when it comes to military applications? That'd be Ukraine, when they were sending drone boats over to sink Russia's ships. So I don't recall if I've ever seen any news about this company receiving any military contracts, but I think because of the overall theme of increased naval spending for this year, it kind of falls within that. And this is the products that they make are meant for more commercial and civilian craft. But I could see how this could be tapped to produce powertrains for military watercraft as well.
Okay, good stuff here on VMAR. We'll see if we get any type of action on this. Honestly, at this point, I think there are some better setups, especially with these quantum names that we're going to get to here in a sec. VMAR, I'd really like to see this get above and hold above the VWAP. Obviously, so far it's struggled to do that. Okay, next here is going to be LAES. This is Seals Q. You were already kind of talking about this one.
Yeah, this is the one that mixes underwater drones. They had some news toward the end of the day yesterday. With WiseKey International, they're the ones that are trying to work on post quantum security satellites. So lots of new of the buzzwords that we're starting to hear on that side. But I didn't see anything this morning, and that's why I was like, okay, well, maybe this is just going with some of that naval theme that I was just referring to. And this theme, it's kind of like obscure at this point. I know there are which shipbuilders I'd be looking at, and this isn't necessarily one of them. But because I think we're starting to see our Navy maybe move towards newer technologies, this could certainly be in that wheelhouse. It looks like it is setting up to go higher as we speak. So this looks like it's going to be providing trades. I don't know exactly why, other than what I mentioned earlier, why this is getting any movement. Don't think it's relative volume. Might be just a rebound after filling the gap that was created back in December 20th to 23rd. Could be a number of things, but if we are going to see some upside, there's some resistance up at 555, where the 20-day SMA is. Haven't been able to recapture that quite yet. And that's about all I have at the moment for LAES. Let me see if there's other levels I can see on a smaller time frame. Nope, just has that bullpen that looks like it's trying to go into the 5 handle.
Yep. And that 5 level, I think, is going to provide a spot there. I think that's going to be one of those levels where if we trade through it, it ends up popping. We might get a larger run up there. I do see some consolidation here, just shy of 6. So we'll see if that provides any resistance to. Okay, good stuff there on LAES. Okay, should we go to your cousin first? Or should we just let's do your cousin, and let's dive into some of the quantum names there. I promise I won't get fooled by QSI this time, guys. You won't have to call me out and make fun of that. Anyway, 13's cousin here, XXII. We'll just call it 22, I suppose. Ticker XXII here. This is spiking here on here in the pre-market. Looks like we do have some news here. FDA proposes significant steps towards reducing nicotine to minimally or non-addictive level in cigarettes and certain other combusted tobaccos. Got to think that this is probably good long-term for everybody here. That's the news, plus 22%. Looks like we have pulled off the highs here. We tried to make it through 9, really couldn't hold. What do you make of this one? What do you make of your cousin here?
I I think this is going to be a sell the news event, and here's why.
Okay.
We've been trading this stock over the past couple of days, Monday and Tuesday, on this very same news, and now the FDA has just come out with the news that we've been trading. You know, the expectation of this news that we've been trading on. So now the FDA has come out with that news that we've been anticipating with this stock for the past 2 days, maybe even longer if you go back further. But I think this is an event that we're going to want to sell into. If you're already holding, if you have levels, I think this is going to be something you want to maybe sell out of the company on, because it's been anticipating this announcement. So that's what I would bet. It's going to move very well. It's got this is a very low float stock, less than 1 million shares in the float. Got some decent short interest. That's likely going to have a data cover because of how small the float is. But this whole, I think the whole move is predicated on the FDA proposal that was being anticipated.
Crow doesn't like it. He doesn't want nicotine to be removed from cigarettes. How about that? All right. I'm with you on the sell the news event here. Maybe we do get another kind of an ancillary run here as volume starts to pour in this in the regular session, but I'm with you here. I think that this is probably a sell the news event. Good stuff there. Okay, let's talk about some of the quantum names here. Jay saying quantum names looks like Jensen. There we go, producer. Looks like Jensen reversed course here, announced a quantum day March 20th. Some of those quantum names popping here. Also, as I mentioned earlier, Microsoft said, quote, "We are right on the cusp of seeing quantum computers solve meaningful problems," end quote. This also kind of familiar or kind of similar to Jensen's comment in the sense that there's a little bit of vagueness in here. Quote, meaningful problems. The Jensen had a kind of a vague terminology when he was saying that they were a ways away as well. So that's your little bit of room for error, but that is popping a lot of the quantum stocks here. QBTS also has some other news on top of it, which is why I'm assuming it is higher up the list here. D-Wave quantum shares are trading higher after the company announced a partnership with Carasoft, right? I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that right. I might be butchering that. To expand the distribution of quantum computing solutions to the public sector. Remember, this gentleman was on CNBC not long ago saying, hey, we're already commercial. Jensen's wrong. Now we have a PR here about quantum computing solutions to the public sector. Again, this has been a theme that we've been trading a lot recently. Nothing has really changed here. Short interests, 14.62% here. 1 day to cover. This QBTS here anyway, one of the higher float names at 151 million shares. Do you have any? And by the way, here's the news that Jay was just talking about. NVIDIA has announced its inaugural Quantum Day, set to take place on March 20th during the GTC 2025 event. This announcement comes just days after he stated the practical quantum computing may still be 2 decades away. His actual range there was 15 to 30 years. 13, what do you make of QBTS here?
Well, I think this is, I'll say this. I didn't believe Jensen when he said it was going to be that far out. I was actually pretty outspoken about how I think that he was kind of. I
can confirm that, by the way. For those that did not see it, I can confirm 13 was calling BS on that.
I called BS because we're not in the era of AI yet. We're generative AI, the big golden goose that we're all headed towards. We're not there yet. We're still in the what's the other one? I can't think of the name, but we're not at the generative one that we're all going after. Just like we're not going to be at the gate logic quantum computing that we're all headed towards anytime soon. We're at the annealing level now. So if we're getting excited about not being at generative AI yet, why would we and have all these stocks run at the same time on the I think predictive AI is what it is. Then why wouldn't we be excited about annealing quantum? I made that postulated that question earlier this week. I think I just didn't believe when I heard him say that, because we've already seen some of these applications. And I think that the big issue I had with it was, yes, we are not seeing any real world use because there's no models built around gate logic quantum computing. But if we have companies like D-Wave that are already producing annealing results, which is in my mind kind of equivalent to the predictive AI, well, then these quantum names should be doing a lot better. Now, maybe not these valuations where they're absolutely crazy, but some of these AI names have done the very same thing. So why couldn't quantum? I guess that would be the question I have. And now we have him kind of like Jay had said, walking this back by announcing Quantum Day. And NVIDIA is working on quantum chips. So I feel like
and that's not new either. We've known that for a while too. Yep.
So I feel like this may have been a little bit of pressuring into talking more about quantum when Jensen didn't want to, because they're not ready for that yet. They're still working on it, and they could lose market share now if they're behind. At least that's the thought process. But anyway, with QBTS, the news of what was it, the deal that they had, the partnership
with Karasoft. Yep.
So I think this bear is worth watching because we need to see what we get out of this. I still want to be on the fence with quantum because of how big of a move these names have had. But at the same time, I don't think Jensen's necessarily correct about how far out we're going to be seeing quantum processing. As far as where we go with D-Wave today, because it's got a high short interest and it's still in the speculative realm, I think we would want to just rely on not the fundamentals, the technicals. And for that, we go to the charts and we look and see where we've had recent previous price action. So here's one thing that kind of stands out is that we are kind of really moving up over the 65 EMA today. And coming up to a bit of a resistance area where the price on its way down when it was selling off was trying to rebound and recapture some areas, and it was getting rejected. That's about 680, and we're about to cross into 6. So I would think that once we get into 6, which has a good sized wall in front of it, that we would start to get a lot of pressure selling up into the 680 area. If we start to break through that, then we have a large gap to fill all the way to 9. So that would be something to look for.
That's you're spot on there. I actually had that level pegged at 675, but 680 is the same. That you're absolutely right there. And it does look gappy up to 9. So really good stuff there. We'll see if we take that out here. QBTS, the first ticker that we're looking at here. Okay. QSI, this is Quantum C. This is up by 21%. This is the one that we've talked about before. I don't think that the last thing was a Wainwright price target to $5.5 yesterday. This is Quantum C is focused on revolutionizing the growing field of proteomics. Not even sure what that is. The company's suite of technologies is powered by first-of-its-kind semiconductor chip design to enable single molecule and next-generation protein sequencing and genomics. So, okay, so Quantum C here, this is up 20%. No news, 102 million float. Did you have anything on this one? I know this doesn't necessarily fit into our quantum theme.
I didn't, but it seems like they have a really high short interest all of a sudden, and now it's squeezing. And I say all of a sudden because I look at the calendar for the short interest, and it's usually under 10%. Has been for a couple of years, but recently it started. Just this past quarter, it started to go over 10%. Now we're at 23%. So seems like a lot of shorts piled into this on the quantum sell-off. Maybe that's what my guess would be.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is looking at the short report here, which is also lifting its average volume. Its average volume 10x'd almost when the quantum theme started to pop off here. So something else to kind of keep in mind with ticker QSI here.
I didn't look at any financials or anything. I think this is just another one of those. Let's take a look at the technicals and kind of follow that. We are at 242 right now, so that puts us. It puts us in an area where if it goes up to 260, we could see some resistance. You can draw a line at 260 and see that was a resistance area back from December 11th. And once it hit that, it sold right off and came back in. And the only other time it came back up there was when it broke through it and gapped up, likely through, when these quantum names were really taken off. So that would be the first area that I'd be looking for, 260 for resistance, potentially a breakthrough if we get enough volume.
Okay. Real good stuff there. We are less than 2 minutes. Actually, we're less than a minute. 45 seconds till we open here. We ran out of time here. It's also worth mentioning QUBT is going to fit into this quantum theme. Rigetti, RGTI.
Yep.
This also going to be in here. IONQ is also popping with this one. All of these on your movers list. Okay, let me flip over to the main workspace here. Let's get ready for the day. Lion here saying if you want a stable quantum stock, then Google is the play. Honestly, Lion, hard for me to argue with that. We said something similar about AI as well. So, okay, getting ready to open here. 13. I am going to step away shortly after the open here.
All right,
but it won't be for that long.
No problem.
I want to see what the print looks like here, though.
Yeah, no problem. Looks like we're getting some of these. I want to just double check my watch list to make sure I'm correct before I say this. And we are open. Where are they? Space. Okay, so it looks like some space stocks are up today. We do have that Starship Flight 7 test launch an hour after we close today. So something to watch for. Should be fireworks.
Okay.
SGBX, we ran up into the open, so now it's kind of selling off out of the open here.
Yep, and this actually looks like it might make a run for 2 here. We'll see if this pulls. 13 BRB, 1 sec though.
Sounds good. The OSTX name, on the other hand, that's pushing into 7. Looks like it wants to try and see what it can do with the pre-market high. I'm sorry, this was actually after hours. The after hours high, which was 846 yesterday. So let's see what we. Or no, I'm sorry. That was this morning. I thought it was the after hours. My fault. 846 is the level we want to go after. And wow, what a pull after not being able to take out VWAP. And it looks like this might halt to the downside. All right, so we're going to get an OSTX halt. Now we have an SGB halt. So both those 2 top movers halted right now, both to the downside. VBAR coming in, LAES. This is taken off. This actually just took out its pre-market high. Now at 508, got a huge wall at 510 that it has to chew through. So it may see a little resistance here unless the buyers really step in and take this massive sell order out. Let's see where this potentially could go. This is LAES. Looks like it wants to, it's trying right now to get through or get above that area we identified as resistance. And if it gets any higher, let's say if it can break over 630, it'll gap fill. But this is LAES that we're looking at, Ryan.
LAES, okay. UWMC, I saw popping up here. LAES, let me put that on screen here.
UWMC is moving.
Yes, it is.
What's the news here? Hold rating. I don't see any recent news.
LAES is continuing. VMAR coming up to its VWAP here, 222 on a VMAR.
Oh, yes. And 263 is the, what is this, after hours? No, pre-market high, very early pre-market.
Yeah, that was right around that opening print there in the pre-market.
Saw a mention of EIX. This is moving up. And yeah, we were talking about how this one could recover pretty soon. Linus and I were. Looks like it's trying to come back up, but I feel like this is just going to be a resulting bear flag. It would have to clear us a lot more levels than the 60s. Let's see what happens if we get to like 64 or 65. Let's see what happens around there if we get up there. I anticipate that'll be a little bit of a sell area.
Deborah, yes, SGBX is halted to the downside here. Looks like it pulled right off that 194. Could not quite get to. We're halted here, 174. First halt of the day.
And VMAR is really moving up out of the gate here.
Yep, that went right through its VWAP.
And it looks like around 240 might be the earliest resistance it could run up to. Has not been able to get back above 240 after the couple of attempts around 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. LAES pushing up 525 was the high. Now it's coming back in. These quantum names not doing a whole lot. Some rebounding after selling out of the open. QBTS going sideways. And we are just waiting for SGBX and OSTX to unhalt.
Okay, here we go on VMAR. Let me roll through some of these lists here. Here's 13. Your cousin here is holding above its VWAP. We'll see if that goes higher. Hasn't really given us anything yet today.
Yeah.
JP Morgan here. Interesting. We dipped right out of the open, but it looks like we're bouncing. Remember, they reported earnings here this morning. So did Citigroup. This is actually higher. Same type of dip and bounce action that we're getting there. Goldman Sachs also on that list. Goldman Sachs at the highs here.
And that was a good call, Andy. He was
Which
saying
one?
that for Goldman Sachs, he was saying they're going to have great numbers because they're
Yep. And they were it was a huge beat. It was like a $3 beat on the EPS. Yep. And then shout out one of our happy hour members yesterday told us they were swinging Goldman Sachs long into this print. Good morning for that gentleman here today. Up 30 points from yesterday's close, just about. All right, let's take a look at some of the other movers that are going on here. Here's LAES. So far, this is holding 5. Rigetti, looks like it just flashed off there. Let me go back to that real quick. Those quantum stocks, I'm curious to see how those trade here today. Rigetti still trying to go higher here.
Mm-hmm. Looks like VMAR's also trying to push into the trying to get up into the 240s. We'll see what we get here. 250 it's in the 250s. It's where it has run into some resistance when getting above the VWAP. 263 pre-market high. All right, so we have SGBX unhalted and going lower. That means that OSTX should unhalt soon as well. There goes VMAR. Nice move.
SPY continuing to come back in a little bit here.
Let's see what that looks like. Looks like OSTX is open now. Going down to the 65 EMA.
Indeed.
Going through it. And now headed down pretty much to the consolidation prior to the big move. So this thing giving almost everything back. Looks like it's going to halt to the downside again.
Stopped here right at 540.
Mm-hmm. And halted.
There you go.
Now it looks like SGBX is trying to turn around. Needs to recapture VWAP. I'm not saying we're getting a robust bounce here quite yet because the volume's not looking too great, and we need a lot of it in order to get back above VWAP. LAES polling as well. That also beneath its VWAP. VMAR also pulled after making a nice run up close to 250, but couldn't quite get there.
NVIDIA pulling here. This is right back to the pre-market sideways area here, about just under 132. This interesting, this kind of diverging from some of the other stocks. Apple here at the highs. Tesla was at the highs. That pulled off a little bit. Take a look here at Tesla. Is anyone trading NVIDIA here today? Just curious. Izzy saying, Ryan, looking market pullback. I gave it to you early. I said I was playing the fade. Said I was playing the fade in the pre-market.
Tesla with more of an inside candle today compared to yesterday's. Yesterday, which got another rejection of the 20-day SMA. But I'll say this, if we do get a rebound off the 50, should we trade down there? I think if it does try to trade up after that, the next visit to the 20-day SMA could punch through it. But, a lot of things need to happen before that occurs. So we'll see what we get out of Tesla. So far, it looks like we may be heading lower. I think 395 might be some intraday support. So we'll see if we get that.
Q's leading the pullback here. Q's pulling back more aggressively than the SPY or the Dow at this point. NVIDIA seems to be leading the way down. NVIDIA big pull, although this is bouncing at the moment.
D-Wave and QSI both pulling. VMAR.
Are those?
What's up?
I was just saying, are those quantum stocks moving together? You said VMAR. I'm sorry. I read QBTS off the screen. I heard you mention QSI.
Yep.
And VMAR. Yep. Sorry about that.
No, they're not related, but they all are moving this morning. And it looks like
VMAR, it's going right up towards that 260 pre-market high that you outlined already.
Yeah, it needs to get through 255. That's where it was rejected last time. But that was like a quick pop and drop over the VWAP. So this is a little bit more sustained. Let's see if it can continue to push up. If we get that 263 break, I mean, let's see, where would this go? Where would this thing run off to? Let's find that out.
Hood looking like it might try and break higher. Sorry, just trying to slide that in there.
No worries. So if this does get above 263, it's got to still deal with like this level at 270. It's going to be tough getting through that unless there's a massive increase in volume. And if we do get that push, it could probably take it up to 4. So we'll see. All right, some of these other ones.
Look at this NVIDIA bounce. That would have been a play right there. Did anyone play this NVIDIA bounce by chance?
Let's see where it bounced at.
Bounced right off 131.50. Looks like it stopped near the VWAP. Couldn't quite get back to the 133 area.
So it pretty much came down to the pre-market consolidation area and after hours consolidation.
Yeah.
So that whole demand zone there is where the buyers were. All right. Well, let's see what happens now.
EIX showing up on the relative volume scanner to the upside here. EIX.
QBTS shook out some weak hands when it went beneath the VWAP. Now it's trying to push through the consolidation and into the 6 handle. 615 is the pre-market high for QBTS.
And Hood, by the way, breaking that 44.50 area. That's trying to go higher. Here is your QBTS chart. This right back to 6. How's Rigetti doing? RGTI. That's also holding in here. This actually looks like this might be trying to make another move towards 11.
Getting a little sideways.
IONQ bouncing pretty good here today as well.
Getting a little sideways on VMAR. Want to see it hold above VWAP.
Tell you what, these quantum names still in play here. Pretty good trades on all of these here today on this rebound.
Yeah, market's not sure what exactly it wants to do. Does it want to short these names? Does it want to buy them because now Microsoft is contradicting NVIDIA? I mean, what's going to happen? Oh, this is what we have at market, folks.
Yeah, it sure is. Makes it fun, doesn't it? Makes it fun.
And people watch MTV for the drama these days. You could just go stay a whole day on the market and get even better entertainment.
People watch MTV for the drama?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of these, drama shows on MTV these days. They don't have music videos anymore. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, that is kind of. I was actually the second follow-up question I had there was MTV is still on TV. I guess so.
Wait, you watch TV? Times are changing, aren't they?
I watch more YouTube than I do TV unless it's sports. Our cat here, by the way, another show favorite. This popping here with some of the other stocks that have recently kind of come back in. Our cat looks like it's trying to get above 1050 right there. Yep, can't quite print it.
So
Ryan Christopher, Staff Sergeant Ryan, good morning. Mentioning MicroStrategy MSTR plus 5% here today. Bitcoin actually looked like Bitcoin tried to go at that 100K level, couldn't quite get it, backed off the spot slightly. I wouldn't be surprised if we try that again here today. So Bitcoin also popping up 2.5%.
Should get an unhalt with SGBX at some point soon. That's halted for the second time to the downside. It's been a straight pull out of the gate after it had a nice run up. VMAR kind of just whipping around, not quite sure what it wants to do yet. LAES beneath VWAP, or at least my VWAP, trying to recapture it at this point. And QBTS still sideways. QSI, this actually is trying to push now up to the pre-market high of 250.
Goldman Sachs trying to push above 600 and go. Here's your VMAR chart.
So that was a nice drop in reversal by NVIDIA. Now it's coming up to a bit of a supply zone between 133.50 and call it 134.25. That 75 cent range in there. There's got some consolidation from the pre-market going into the open. So let's see what happens there. Either we're going to get a big move through it on a lot of volume, or it's going to try to hammer it at it a little while on lower volume and might end up reversing.
Palantir here, ticker PLTR. We dipped out of the open, gave back half of that pop from the CPI, but we're going right back to the highs here. Just took out the VWAP here on Palantir. How's that NVIDIA bounce doing? That right back up to that 134-ish area. We'll see if we can print 134. Calls getting bought, by the way, on this move higher.
Jonathan Cooper mentioning QMCO, Quantum Corp, high short interest.
And also a huge volume stick in its last 1 minute window here. QMCO at the highs.
Yep. Lots of attention on quantum names this morning, folks.
Yeah, definitely.
And they're really good short squeezes too, because everybody was turned so bearish on them, and for good reason too. They were very over bought. So it was. Go ahead.
Rigetti here also trying to do the same thing as QMCO. This came back into the VWAP and bounced pretty nicely there. I'll tell you what, technicals on these have really been working out pretty well. Trying to find IONQ here.
SGBX open.
That's higher.
Kind of going sideways and likely lower. Support level I have I have it at around just above 130, maybe 131 or 132 could be the early support level here for SGBX if we continue to sell off here. And then beneath that, I have the 65 EMA at 122. VMAR coming in.
Nash mentioning the SPY here. Oops, where did my tickers go there? SPY is trying to push higher here. We'll see if we do take out this pre-market high. That'll make me rethink the short. The short was working, probably should have taken it, but wanted a little bit bigger move. Might not get that here today. SPY here, pull to the VWAP and bounce. Let's see if we print some new highs there. Jonathan mentioning that the VIX is looking to go lower here. VIX at 1677. The 5 minute chart sure looks like that is trying to scream lower here. Apple's trying to go higher. Broadcom doing.
VMAR.
Apple, one of the strongest of the Mag 7 stocks here today.
VMAR, here's another attempt at trying to take out the 255. Now, here's the thing. If this puts in another set of upper shadows, another like longer wicks on the top, that might be a good indication that this is going to start selling off. So if we cannot break above that 255, 256 area, put in another wick like we have for these previous 2 5-minute candles, I think that would be a good indication that this is one to stay away from for now.
Izzy mentioning here that Kramer said own Google if you want to own quantum. This might be the first time that I can remember that Kramer and Lion are on the same page.
It's funny because it took him this long to say that. But you don't really get to see the sun that much if you're a bridge troll. Anyway, QSI.
Take that, dude. Take that.
QSI pushing into new highs here, intraday highs. It broke through the pre-market. Now 253 is the intraday high. Looks like we are trying to get some support for SGBX and OSTX. VMAR, this is not what we want to see. Another series of a high or long wicks at the top here. If this candle closes looking like this, I think that we are going to want to look for something else to trade besides VMAR. What's going on? What's funny?
I'm just laughing at the chat. Izzy saying I'm not a Kramer fan. Nash saying no advice from Kramer with a string of emojis. There are a few things that have more polarization than Kramer, especially on this show. I feel like SPY did break that high, by the way. Oh no, it didn't. Not quite. It tried.
I'll never forget how he absolutely got so many people trapped or even screwed in Didi.
Yeah,
that was just such a
was a bad one.
Call.
I remember that. Yeah.
So that's I think for that one reason. I mean, you could add a whole bunch of other reasons, but for that one reason, I would never listen to him. Is this going to tell you to get trapped in something that you don't want to be in?
BKYI, for those of you that someone was mentioning this one. Let's see if I can go back and find it. Crimp Biscuit looks like he was on BKYI. This nice little move, the expanding volume that we're always looking for here, taking this thing to the VWAP. That's good stuff there. 592 prints on the SPY, so we did take out that pre-market high. Breath green across the board is the best breath we've seen in a long time on the market.
I was getting asked about levels for LAES, and to the downside, it looks like you might have support from the previous from the high yesterday, which was 406. So somewhere down there, you could see this gap fill that it created today. That could fill to the downside. To the upside, we would need to break some of these EMAs that are hanging out around 530 here. So 530, we need to be a level to get over, and then we could counter some resistance if we get into the 6 handle around 630 to 635.
Okay. All
right, so let's see here. Looks like we still got sideways action from D-Wave, VMAR.
That's QBTS, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
VMAR, that's the exact thing that we were not wanting to see, ended up happening. Another long wick on the top there. That's leading to downside. Let this thing fall or don't even look at it at all. SGDX still
VMAR. I want to see what happens at 2 there.
Yeah, that looks like it could be a demand zone. Yep. It may even go down to 190. I don't know which one we'll get, but we're going to get 2 first, so we'll see if we get the support there.
SGBX is curling here. It's a good mention. We'll see if that can get through 160 again and make it move towards the highs.
That last candle wasn't too bad. That hopefully that gives us an indication that we're trying to push higher, but need to get back above VWAP, which I currently have at about 160.
QMCO, this coming back in a little off that volume push there. Let's see, Tesla, this is trying to go higher here. Tesla, pretty nice move off 400 here today.
I just got to watch for that one spot. Hold on. That 20-day SMA, which today is, I have it at, right now at 421.90, 192. So it's got about $8 to push up to. Not that it couldn't do it. It sees that kind of price action almost every day. But that would be the big resistance area I'd be concerned about with Tesla, is getting over that 20-day SMA, which has been a big resistance level since the start of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So VMAR going lower. We're waiting for 190 to 2 to see if it rebounds there. LAES, this also starting to come in a little bit. If there's going to be support, the earliest support I see is around 460 to 465.
PG&E at the highs here. Ticker PCG, that's Pacific Gas and Electric.
Pacific Gas and Electric?
Yeah.
You said it's, what's the ticker again? PCGI?
PCG. This is moving with EIX here.
Okay. Because I believe this is the Disney utility. I remember when I lived in Anaheim. I believe this was the company that we had serve us.
Yeah. Several of my family members that live in California have PC&E.
Okay.
PG&E, excuse me, is what they call it. It's confusing. They call it PG&E, and the ticker is PCG. And of course, that just makes for me screwing it up.
It just makes it easier, for everybody.
Yeah. Especially for us.
Yep. All right, so
Apple ripping higher here still. Apple really strong here today.
Looking like it's like they it's going to be Mag 7s. It's like a Mag 7 day right now. I mean, I know that not all of them are up, but a lot of them are. Just pull up the watch list and take a glance at what is up and what is down. No, they're all up today. Every single one.
Hood continuing on that move through 44.5. That was the pre-market high here. That was a little weak out of the open, but man, buyers stepped in here. Higher we go on Hood.
So I wonder if we are going to get this push back up into the back into the 600 handle.
SES is ripping here. This is one of those AI companies. SES, this is a penny stock moving towards $1. Was there news on this? See some decent volume in here. Nope. We had a PR about a fireside chat today. Maybe that fireside chat's going on. Let me get that time here real quick. Is that in here? Yeah. 2 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, so this is ahead of the Water Tower Research fireside chat series that takes place today, 2 p.m. Eastern.
Getting asked it. Oh, so PG&E is Northern California. Okay. Because I remember that was wasn't that the company that
I guess I should have said that. My family lives in Northern California. Say again.
Wasn't that the company that started the campfire?
I believe it was. Ask Day Trader though. He actually lives in California. He'd be a better source than I am. Was that the campfire stock, Day Trader? You have to let us know. That sounds familiar. 13. I think you're onto something there. Yeah. Anyway, SES here. Someone was asking about this earlier. I think I saw this ticker come across the chat here. No fresh news yet today, but we'll see if something comes out of that chat. This running on expanding volume ahead of that.
DATR.
Day Trader. Okay, I screwed that up multiple days in a row.
So yes, SCE is not the ticker for Southern California. It's EIX because that's part of Edison International. But no, SCE is not all of Southern California. It's a good portion, very large portion, but it's not all of them. There's San Diego, most of San Diego isn't covered by Southern California Edison.
Rigetti here. This is pulling back in towards that 10.5. I've got VWAP here at 1045. Rigetti, this might be another candidate for ripping here. If it can hold this VWAP, the volume here compressing. So we really would want to see that combined with some more volume expansion. That'd be great. Let's see if Rigetti comes back in a little bit here. Goldman Sachs doing a really good job holding above 600. EIX continuing its bounce here past 63. VMAR finally turned around here, 13. We'll see if it's enough.
All right.
And Robinhood, this is my biggest miss here today. Saw that at 44.50, was like, this looks like this is going to scream higher here, and it did. I didn't take it. That was dumb.
Well, there's other things to trade.
There's going to be plenty, and we're early today too.
Like look at VMAR trying to get support at that the area we were looking at. It's just above the $2 area, but it's starting to turn around now. OSTX halted to the downside some more. SGBX might be turning around. We'll need to see more confirmation of that. VMAR, the one I was just talking about, that looks like it's really starting to try and push up here. Needs to get above 225, but VWAP is much higher at 233. Here we go with QBTS trying to push up over 6 again.
I'm actually interested in this. Izzy asking any trades. I am still short the SPY from the pre-market. No scalps yet, but I'm kind of eyeing this QBTS. Size there at 6, but that size is deletable. VWAP at 582 here on QBTS.
Just looking around here at some of these. I mean, it looks like some of those names we were talking about earlier are finding some support, but they're all beneath their VWAPs.
NUKK, here we go. You remember this one, folks? You got chat's mentioning this one here, popping a little bit on a little bit of volume. I'd be careful with that, though. NUKK. Getting
a mention with Rocket Lab.
RKLB.
Mm-hmm. Let me take a look at these space names because that was something to watch for today with
yes,
the Starship flight. They're all up except SIDU, which is slightly down, but still the space names are looking pretty good today. They're all up. I mean, Lunar up 8%, Rocket Lab 8%, WiseKey, the one that was working with LAES, that's up almost 12%. getting a little bit of a rebound with these space names. We should get a bit of a bump tomorrow, provided everything goes according to plan with that test flight, which is going to be an interesting one. This is their first launch of their Block 2 configuration. So larger, a little bit larger Starship, larger tank. They're going to try and do some test where they send out some of their Starlink satellites off of this Starship, but they're not real Starlink satellites. They're kind of like, test dummies to see if they can, everything goes, because they're not going to load it up with, expensive equipment on their test flight. So this is just to see if they can get it to work, and that'll be part of this test flight. I don't know how, if we're going to get anything caught today. I think that's part of the plan, but they're ready to hit the abort button if something doesn't read correctly.
IONQ here getting mentioned, this near the highs. So it looks like some of these quantum names still strong here. Let's check on Rigetti. Rigetti starting to break down. QBTS, D-Wave, that broke down from that possible 6 breakout to, this actually right at the VWAP here.
Jay Rice mentioning NBIS. This one has been, a great trader, trading vehicle. It's coming up to a bit of resistance here at what is this, $39 even. That was I've gone back and forth on whether or not we can rely on this, because it was the same company, but this is right before they had to stop and move out of Russia and kind of temporarily delist.
Yep.
So 39 is where that level is, and we came up to it once on December 9th and got rejected. And now we're turning around trying to take that out again. So maybe this time it goes higher than 39. If we do go higher than 39, I think there's going to be it could end up running into up to 45. That could be the next resistance area. Mm-hmm. And after that, I have 54. What are you looking? What are your levels, Jay Rice? Does that look good? 45 and 54. All right.
I should have stayed in this longer with you folks. And we were buying this 17 and a half when we were first talking about this one.
Yeah, and well, we had
VSIG.
A little caution. VSIG. What about VSIG?
Yeah, I saw it on the scanner and was surprised. Wanted to check it out. Don't want to call that as a potential play here.
No, that thing should be done.
Exactly.
We don't want
exactly. QBTS did retake that VWAP, so maybe a VWAP play here. Let's check on some of the other quantum names. Rigetti. This also bouncing off of the VWAP. We'll see if this has any more strength here, if this is just kind of a small little bounce.
Tesla 417.70.
I don't know.
Well, that's what the highs of the day. Well, I have maybe it's because my chart here is wonky. I don't have that as the high of the day, but I wouldn't doubt that that's where we went. Still looking okay. So still looking for 422. That's the 20-day SMA. It's gone up a little bit since we've had a rising price. That's the level to get through, folks. 20-day SMA.
Jay has no price targets for you. He just trims the position every time it moves up 5%. Gotcha. Not a bad strategy there, Jay. Not bad. VMAR, this is still holding down here. We'll see if we get another trade there. I don't know. XXII maybe through its VWAP.
Hey, nice job, Bigabees. 50% gainer on Tesla. I saw folks earlier this week mentioning MP. We've been seeing a lot of basic materials plays do really well. At one of the ones I own, FMC, has been coming off of its recent bottoming. So lots of materials plays doing really well. I think it's it has to do with the concern over supply chain security. And
you think there's legs on that?
On which one?
On the material companies continuing to trade well. coming up off the bottom?
Well, I think there could be, but I don't want to say, yeah, this is a great time to get into it. We've already had some of these upside moves because I don't think it's a good idea to chase these.
Sure.
But it seems like they have a little bit of a test. Well, NP has a little bit of a test coming up for it around 21. That has been a big rejection area for the past couple of months. So 21 is 20 was an important level for MP, and we're less than $1 away there. So let's see what happens today. If we can break through and hold it, then MP might have legs. But I don't know at this point. This might just be something that folks are trading because the other stocks like technology was not having a good time at the start of the year.
Gotcha. Okay. By the way, QBTS looking like it's flirting with that 6 here again. We'll see if we get a pop through this. 6 up.
Certainly trying, isn't it?
If we got it's trying, but man, it keeps getting rejected up there. I've been watching this now for a couple of times. We'll see if got some size there at 6. We'll see if this ends up popping here. My price at $5.90 on this potential move. I'm actually going to put a stop out here at $5.92 just so I can't get hurt. Now we'll wait and see.
Yeah, you need to see a big move in volume.
Yep.
Get through all that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm waiting for a pop here at 6. I got the day high here at 605. I wouldn't be surprised if we test that. Entry here, 590. Stop at 592. I'm not going to let this come back in and roll me up. 6 up again. We'll see if we can get through there. There we go. They're through 6. Let's see if we can get through 605.
Come on, Algos, do your thing.
Do your thing. Let's just pop through the highs. That's where the money's at. Trade's in the green right now, but in fact, I'm actually going to move my stop up again. Trade is in the green right now, but I want that bigger move from the pot. Here we go. Let's see if we can get it. Are we getting it in another name? You guys are mentioning Rigetti. Here we go. That actually tested 605 again. Here we are at 605. Are we going to close this or what?
Yeah, 605.
Let's pop through this QBTS.
Big level 605. You just see some increase in volume here. 615 is what I have in the pre-market as the high.
Okay, stop raised to 598. We cannot lose on this trade.
That is awesome.
Let's punch through this though.
I can't wait to have you come on Happy Hour today and say that you had a winning trade on quantum names after we were talking about how hammered they've been.
Yeah, well, it's a scalp. It's nothing big. It's nothing really to write home about. But we're stacking some cash here. We're trying.
Yeah, but it's funny because we were all talking about how we needed to stay away from these for a while.
Hey, you trade what's in front of you. You trade the hand that the market deals you. Absolutely, 13.
Yeah.
And watching the action here, they're bringing in bids here. It sure looks like they do want to take this through 205. Or excuse me, 605. Beg your pardon.
No worries.
My SPY short, unfortunately, not working out. Worked early. SPY did set some new highs there. Now that we've got some more gains built with another scalp here, should be able to stay in that a little bit longer. Here's 605 up. Let's go. Let's go through this and just close this trade. There we go. 608. There it is. We're out. All right. That's what we were waiting for.
Fantastic.
Really good stuff. So, Izzy, there you go. 1 for 1 on the booked gains. I'm actually down a little bit here on the SPY short that we took pre-market, but we'll wait that one out here. Good stuff there on that quantum pop. Good stuff on that quantum pop.
I'd like to see it. So now what next? Well,
yeah, that's my next question here. Swing account looking good. CPI treating the swing account pretty good. Can't believe. Did
you read into the CPI report?
I didn't. I was actually live with Tim when the numbers came out. We covered the headlines. I have not dug into the report yet.
I found it a little concerning. I don't remember the last time we've had a report where none of the metrics observed were negative. Everything rose in December. So fuel especially. I mean, you look at the fuel number comparative to the other ones, and you get a little concerned that inflation's creeping back up. So don't necessarily know why this market took it so they took that report so well. I didn't think it was that great, and I was a little concerned about some of the things I saw. So this is what they want to do with it. So we'll see. That's why I'm not sure we're going to see a meaningful rally. I mean, maybe we go back to 600 or whatever, but could end up just getting rejected there.
So I feel you on the meaningful rally. If you recall from when I had mentioned in happy hour that I think that our near-term bottom at least was put in on SPY.
Yep.
That was going to be
right
here on
that.
Monday. Well, so far I am. But if you recall, when we were talking about that, I did expect to get the bounce that we're kind of seeing right now. If you recall, I did not expect us to print more new highs, and I'm still in that camp. So with what you're talking about out of the report here, it sure seems to me like you don't think we have enough like underlying fundamentals to really kind of send us to some new highs. Maybe the action we're seeing here today, kind of a mirage, right? I don't know that we're going to set new highs here on the SPY.
Algo driven.
It's worked for my Pan W trade though, by the way.
Well, that's good. It seems just primarily algo driven. I don't know what what the parameters were to this buy into this CPI print. It seemed like that may have already been the pre-programmed, I guess. I just didn't think it was that great or anything or anywhere near justifying this move in the market. It didn't seem that great to me. I mean, yeah. It was the same headline print. The core print was just like a 0.1% lower. But when you look into the report itself, it didn't. There was things that I had a lot of concerns about, particularly the rise in fuel prices.
The other thing is that the call that I made, that was based solely on price action, right? So that didn't have some of these underlying fundamentals that you're talking about. I was literally watching the price action and like, I've seen this action before. This sure seems to be like a temporary bottom here. Pan W on the screen for you. The thought here on the trade is we should definitely hold this 200-day and bounce. The trade early last year, that was just an absolute banger on Pan W. I think I had like 29 points. I was able to get on that. It was a similar setup. We got a Pelosi push during that one. I'm not sure we'll get that again here, but so far this is working out. You'd love to see us break above the top end of this shaded area here that we outlined, to have that at 474.5, just about right where we're at. Would really want to break up to that, then maybe take out 180, go to some of these moving averages, and we'll close this trade as well. Those were the February 200 calls that I used to grab that, by the way. I also saw a comment here from Twisted earlier. Let me see if I can get it here. On ONDS here, nothing really new here today. As far as the news, you're mentioning Rod Stern appointed to the board of directors. That was from Monday. That was definitely a good piece of news. So it holdings to support its expanded growth plan. Remember, I have a long-term view here on ONDS. I think 2025 is going to be a good year for this stock. So I'm really pleased to see the action off the 60-cent level that we were adding hand over fist on. We're up nicely on that now. That's great. But I'm looking for more than this. And also don't forget, the first purchases that I made on this were much, much higher, $6, $7, $8, $9. So for a while I was bag holding this until I got an opportunity to load at 50 cents. So we'll see here. The news has been good on ONDS. Giddy up. Nothing fresh here today yet, though.
QBTS still trying to push up. Still have a resistance area around 680, maybe 675. That's where the gap to the upside starts. So I'd expect there to be a good amount of selling pressure up at that area. There's something to watch for as it tries to move on up. If we get anywhere near that 680, watch for an increase in volume to see if it can push into that gap.
Okay.
Looks like we're getting a turnaround in some of these other names. SGBX after the selling this morning, that getting support from the 65 EMA and trying to turn around. Same thing with OSTX, that trying to turn around as well. They have some work to do getting above their VWAP, so they don't know if there's necessarily a trade here yet. We need to see some confirmation that they're going to return to that upside.
You ain't nothing but a sound dog. SOU. I love that. SOUN up. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but that comment got me. That comment got me there. Sean B, absolutely. This is ripping to the high. This has actually been great. I haven't been in this one, which is why you haven't heard me talking about it here today. But SoundHound moving with some of the AI and quantum names, it seems.
And BBAI I've got
I
to
like
mention
that.
here. That is apparently on the move as well. This one has a pretty decent setup. It looks like if we can get some more of the volume like we're getting right now to get us through 344, we can go after the pre-market high of, what is it, 348, and take it higher. Let's see here where we go if we break that. At the same time, looking at the daily chart, I'm not liking the way this looks. If we do get a breakout from that level, I think you're going to get capped around 367. That's where the 20-day SMA is. I'd expect that to be resistance. Maybe we do trade slightly above it, but I'm not expecting a close above that today.
Okay. NBIS 39 prints, not more new highs there. Jay's on the table doing the money dance.
Oh, that hit 39. That was the level we were watching for.
39.09, your high print.
Okay. So here's where we start to wonder. Is this where we need to take some gains off the table and wait for it to come back in so we can reload, or does it just press on higher? Bear in mind that the daily RSI is over 72, almost 73 now. So we are getting pretty extended here, and it's coming up to a clear area that was support turned resistance.
Izzy mentioning Uber here. Izzy, you are an Uber trader, Izzy. That is one of your favorite tickers, and you absolutely ATM this puppy. Seems like you make withdrawals from this every day. Uber here, higher in the pre-market on the back of that CPI, and another leg higher here up to 67. See what our daily chart looks like here. This 67 area sure seems to be a resistance level. How's Coinbase doing? I feel like I haven't looked at Coinbase in a little bit. Bitcoin here. So so interesting. So the Bitcoin futures chart did print above 100K. I have 100,225. Remember, that's /BTC. That's the futures ticker here. Coinbase is higher. Let me flip over to the crypto chart. Let me flip over to the crypto chart here and see where we're at on the spot price. Sideshow T, 4 for 4 for scalps on BKYI. Well done, dude. Well done. Okay, I have a Bitcoin price here, 99,300. So if I look inside, I don't have 100K prints on the actual spot price yet.
Well, so these are just kind of going sideways right now. Some are falling. But the NBIS, that's slowly trying to push into the 39 handle. It's at 39.20.
592.5 here on the SPY. I think if we print 593, I'm going to probably have to close this short at a loss. That would make me 1 for 2 on the day. But it's we played QBTS perfectly, so no issue there. We've got those profits covered up.
Oh, good mention, Sideshow. BKYI going again. This one was on the scanner this morning. Just wasn't high up like some of these other ones we talked about. This one, let's see here. I think I see a trend. Let's draw that there.
BKYI looks like it's turning around at the VWAP here at 215.
Yeah, it's getting a rejection there, but it has been getting some pretty good support from the 65 EMA. Let's see if it gets it there again. If we do get a breakthrough VWAP, I'm looking, somewhere around the 240 handle, or at this current stage, where it could find resistance. I do also have 230 as a resistance area, and that's kind of where it's been getting the price rejected at, is about that 230 area. Just can't seem to get very many closes above that.
APLD here. This is right back at the highs. This thing an absolute chop fest here. On APLD. We talked about this one recently. Nice 50-cent swings back and forth here. We'll see if we print some new highs. 870 or 869 seems to be that high print we can't get over.
Hans K sold all his CVNA, and he's all out for now. Congratulations on a massive win. I'm assuming you picked that up well before it had its big run again.
This was a pullback towards that 200 day that we could not quite get.
Let's see here. Anything turning around yet? Well, QBTS still hanging out above 6. So that's good. And ever since it got above 6, it's been, kind of going a little bit sideways. It's trying to hold above that 6 handle. Now, if this candle here, we don't get a break through 625, I'm thinking that we may see a little bit more weakness in QBTS. SGBX trying to turn around. It's making its way back up to VWAP.
My exit, by the way, on QBTS, I filled that at 613. So that was entry at 590, exit at 613.
Very nice.
So we're actually above that level here. I didn't quite get the top of that, but that was not bad. I'm pretty happy with that execution. That was targeted. Sean is saying thank you for EIX 13.
Oh, no problem.
I think you made people a lot of money on that one. Honestly, that was a really, really quality call from you.
I appreciate that, and I'm glad that everybody's making a whole. Hey, take care, Lion. Let's go.
Yeah, take care of yourself, Lion.
I'm glad a lot of people made money on that. I did not expect the situation to be this bad. I was expecting.
I don't think any of us did. Honestly, I don't think any of us expected it to be this terrible.
The chart looked like it was pretty bearish. We had the situation, the catalyst for it to go down. But man, this was a big move down. And now it looks like we're starting to get a bear flag formation. So we may end up trading back up, and it could end up going lower still. Congratulations, Sean, on your trade for EIX.
Yeah, and congratulations on all of you that are currently in BKYI. This was a great move on volume right away from the VWAP. New highs here. Looks like we stopped right at the pre-market highs. Just gave you the register ring. I was not trading this one. Congrats to all of you that were. I know our chat was on top of this. This is the type of stuff we want to see every day.
Oh, yes.
This is the type of stuff we want to see every day. You folks are just not letting us down at all.
Especially on days with with market breadth isn't too great. Even though we are getting a big rally right now, I still don't think that this is the greatest market that we're in.
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you on the market. I have to disagree with you on the breadth. I'm looking at the market breadth measurement here. This is the best we've seen in weeks. SPY 12.53 to 1, Dow 24.3 to 1, Q's 4.9 to 1, Russell 2000 7.74 to 1, and the NICE 8.65 to 1. That is green across the board on the breadth. As far as where we're at on the actual level, 13, I think you correctly mentioned this earlier. While we are kind of getting a little bit of a relief rally, I sure don't think that new highs are anywhere in store in this. And I think inevitably when this ends up resolving, this might kind of feel like a trap when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I feel like this might not be the dip to buy.
Yeah. So I think that's the thing. I think we're getting those measurements. They look positive here today, and I'm happy about the near term performance. But I think long term, I'm on the exact same page as you are.
Got a headline here about 15 minutes ago about the new SEC leadership is going to kickstart crypto overhaul. I wonder if that's what's causing crypto to move like it is today. Unless there's something else.
So I'm sorry. I'm trying to process that in real time here. To me, that's a positive. So you're saying that crypto is moving higher on that. That would make sense to me.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that tracks. I think that makes sense with the a crypto-friendly administration coming in, or at least they say they are. Caveat.
Yeah, we're gonna. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I want to see like a lot of these things that they're saying they're going to do. I want to see some follow through with it. But
yep,
I remain skeptical about a lot of stuff they're trying to accomplish.
And you know what, 13, I think a healthy skepticism is not a bad thing, to be quite honest with you. I don't think that's bad at all. You can definitely wait and see what is actually going to get done. Excuse me. Jane saying, shame on me. I still don't really understand crypto. This might be a controversial opinion, especially in this chat. I don't think that you need to. Honestly, I think understanding it's another asset class. I don't know that it is going to be important enough where you really feel like you need to understand this fully. I'm not sure we're there yet, Jane.
BKYI broke this trend line that I was looking at earlier. Now it's getting now it's looking at the trend line as support. So let's see if it can hold above this, maybe create a little bit of a megaphone pattern here and try and take out 270.
Okay, good spot there. I'm sorry for laughing, but this is so relatable. Dan here saying market is going up today because I sold most of my stocks yesterday. Dan, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because I can relate to this, man. Do you have any idea how many times I've been holding something and then I sell it and the next day it rips and you're like, man, that market was after me. It was after me, not everyone else. It was after me. I feel you on that one, Dan. This is how it goes sometimes.
I've been there as well. I think a lot of us have.
Wisdom's asking me if I'm wearing Lulu gear. No, I don't have anything from Lululemon on right now. Sorry to let you down there, Wisdom. But it is good to see you here this morning.
Oh, yes.
Jay saying yesterday was the first time in 10 days my new 4-week high list had more names than the lows. Yeah, I kind of felt that way. Really the day before, honestly. Really the Monday things felt differently, but I felt confirmation of that yesterday.
I would not be surprised if at the end of the day we find out that most stocks in the S&P 500 still did not trade above their average volume. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, you know that wouldn't surprise me either. In fact, where are we at volume-wise just for SPY right now?
Approaching 14 million.
Okay, so
a little bit better than yesterday, I think.
Yeah. Maybe I think you're right there again.
And we've been seeing, a lot of those other names, and aside from Mag 7, see a lot less volume, and that's been happening all week. So I wouldn't expect that to change just for the CPI print today.
Market Sniper say Costco gear. The T-shirt and the pants that I'm wearing are indeed from Costco. Good.
How's Costco this morning, by the way?
Costco actually spiked out of the open, but has come back in a little bit here. It's not at our buy level yet, but here's what it looks like intraday.
Yeah, that daily chart does not look like a very bullish pattern at all. I think we're going under 900.
So then let me ask you, is this something I should just keep holding? Should I sell it and maybe try to reload the same position when it moves 100 points lower?
Are you asking me what to do with your stock?
Yeah, I know I'm not supposed to do that. Damn it, 13, you're right. That's supposed to do that.
Seek a financial advisor for a really good answer.
Oh, that was a really good answer, 13. Really good.
But I'll tell you what. I mean, to me, when I do things like this where I'm holding a company for a while and I feel like, okay, it's had a massive run and it's going to come in. I did this with Microsoft at one point where I just shaved a little bit and just booked some gains, but I held like a vast majority of the position that I still do. And then I ended up adding later on at a better level. So you can certainly do that if that's if you want to create the tax event for yourself, and if you want to do everything that reduce your position to limit your risk because you think it's going down. That's all things you can do. Absolutely, just understand that you're creating a tax event.
Yeah. Ryan saying, Ryan, same thing happened to me except the opposite. I put a majority of one in my IRAs into SPY back in January of 2022. So that worked out well for you. That's good deal. Good deal on that one.
All right. Well, which one of these movers is really moving? Because it doesn't look like we're getting a whole lot of movement in some of these. D-Wave got to as high as 635 and pulled a little bit, but still getting support from the pre-market high now at this point. QMCO. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. AEHR is trying to reclaim this trend line that we snapped on that down move. What was that? Not yesterday, day before? No, that was yesterday. I beg your pardon. AEHR bouncing here, trying to reclaim that. We're in the gap, but it's trying to reclaim that trend line.
QMCO, new highs intraday.
That was one of the stronger quantum names today, wasn't it?
Yep. Jonathan Cooper was. Was mentioning that one. Still got another question here. How long before QUBT gets back to the level when it started to drop? Well, time horizons, we don't really know. Let's see here. What was the level that it was at before it started to drop? Like 27.15? Is that what we're talking about? It could be anywhere from a long time, potentially, to never.
QUBT, the big pull started at about 17 and 3/4, about 17.75. So to your point, it needs 7 full points. I mean, the highs were 27 and change.
Yeah.
But the actual fallout here was from 17. Okay. This still needs 7 points just to get back to that 13.
Yeah. So when it started today, it was kind of almost needing a 2x. So if the momentum in the quantum names continues to pick up, then you might see that 17-20 area a lot sooner than later. But it's really going to depend on how the market reacts to or continues to treat the quantum names. I don't know that this is just going to be like a one-off day for quantum. We'll have to see tomorrow what we get, especially when we start getting earnings, because some of these tech names that start to report earnings, I don't think that's until next week. They may offer some insight into quantum, and that could get these moving again. So it's going to be something to pay attention to, what comes out of these tech earning reports.
Rigetti here trying to go through that 1150 area. Looks like Market Sniper, you're on that. Nvidia struggling, Yasim. We looked at Nvidia earlier. It was bouncing nicely. Okay, so this got almost all the way back to that pre-market high. I'll tell you what, this is actually encouraging action here on Nvidia.
Yeah, Wisdom, if we were in that situation, we'd be talking about trading fish. That's what I would talk about.
Geo, this trading up here. Geo, this is the private prison here. CEO Group. Geo Group shares trading higher after Jones Trading maintained a buy rating on the stock, raised its price target from 32 to 55. Big raise there. I guess they're thinking with the new administration, more of a crackdown, more people in jail.
Yeah, that's what this whole theme is on. And here's the thing: we get that guy in office next week. So this is running up into that. Now, I don't know that I want to necessarily be buying that right here. Very extended on the daily. I think that this could be one of those, it rallies into the weekend and then, or maybe sells on Friday ahead of the inauguration. I just don't know what's going to happen with this one. Now, if we do get some information about what's going to happen with rates, if it looks like those, and I know that we don't want to be talking cuts because it seems a lot less likely. But if we start hearing about more cuts later this year, that would be really good for REITs, which is what Geo is.
All right, what are we seeing here, folks?
Fairchild saying hi, BB. Is that BlackBerry? So that's taken off right now. It looks like almost up 5%. On a stock that really isn't known for its big movement unless it's being a meme stonk. I don't know what this is going on. Maybe it's just because Microsoft. No, they had news today. BlackBerry reports 600,000 cyber attacks on critical infrastructure in Q3 2024. I don't know how that's necessarily causing this to move, but I'm sure if I read into this, there's probably some things that are favorable to the market. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, BlackBerry's been getting a lot of attention because of Microsoft lately.
I'm interested in this because I do think that cybersecurity is likely to be a theme this year. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why I'm actually trading PanW right now. I look to trade PanW more and more this year. So I'm kind of interested in this press release here. I don't know if I can make any type of correlation to the current trade that I have, though. I would imagine that the cyber attacks are going to continue to grow. I don't know if that's the point that was trying to make, but
yeah,
it sure seems to me that would proliferate.
Oh, good mention here with Jay Rice. Geo, you see my post. Someone
I did not.
35 calls expiring in 2 days.
Ah, okay. I was unaware of that, Jay. That's a really good call. this thing that expires at the end of the week here. So maybe a 35 pin by Friday here. Those deck trades still must have worked. This thing's been on a move.
Well, maybe, we're getting a little bit of a pull in the regular session here after we approached 35. And look, the stock is, on the daily, it is very extended. So, there's a lot of things lining up here for it to come back in.
Guys mentioning Chewy. Jay here saying Chewy trades so funny. It really does. It really does. Like if we look at the last 2 days, we traded up right out of the open and we sold off the rest of the day. I wonder if we'll do the same thing here today. I still like Chewy to break out from 40.
I wonder if it's getting a little bit of a boost as a result of the California fires and a lot of displaced pets. Could be a lot of online ordering as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of, thinking out loud, but it might not be the reason.
The other thing, one of the other things that we talked about was how one of the takeaways that we've seen from these fires have been humans helping other humans, the humanity of the event itself. And I know just from talking to some people that are on or near or in or near the California area, they're random people just helping out, trying to get other people's animals, whether it's a farm or just an actual pet. To me, it seems like if you're trying to help your neighbor and you're unsure what you can do, pet supplies, if they have pets, that seems to be low-hanging fruit, frankly. And I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, maybe that's the case. We're speculating on that. But yeah, I could see that. I could see that being a case. I have seen some pretty incredible videos of some of the first responders and firefighters rescuing animals from just being trapped and saving them from the fire. So anyway.
Hey, Ryan, can you help remind me? There's something on the biotech side that we were talking about recently that had to do with the generic drug makers. We've been talking a lot about peptides and the GLP and the peptide ban, but we were talking about companies that do it's compounding.
You're talking about the compounders that are making the drugs. I don't remember the names of the companies.
Not necessarily that, but this Tempest AI, the TEM that some folks in the chat are asking about, kind of in the same overall realm of that part of the biotech business. They have a gene sequencer that's going to be used for solid tumor profiling. So I know it's not the same thing, but it seems like it's about kind of in a similar realm. A device that they're going to be needing, or sequencing they're going to be needing in order to test their drugs, their products. Do you see anything? That's kind of just what I'm getting out of this here. I might be completely wrong on this, but I'm reading some of the news on TEM, and it seems very relatable to that. Like it's something that companies are going to need in order to continue to produce their drugs, just like the compounding is needed to produce their drugs.
So almost like a nuts and bolts thing behind the thing here.
Yes, that's it. A thing behind the thing. Yeah. Yep. That's what I mean. Yeah. Mentioning BKYI not done, says Market Sniper and R Alpha. That trying to push up into to the 269, 270 area again. That was the intraday high. It was also the high from December 30th, right about there as well.
QBTS came in from that move higher. BKYI, this is actually going right now for those of you that are trading this. You folks that were on this one, that was a really good call. That's giving you multiple trades here today. QMCO also coming back in towards the VWAP. I'm willing to bet the entire quantum sector is doing this. Right, let's check Rigetti here. Yep, Rigetti doing the same thing.
Anthony, take care. Appreciate you sticking around with us. Have a good one. And hustle and bustle. Sell those homes.
Likewise. Take care, gents.
Jeez. I don't understand how that why would they even think about doing that unless they were trying to be bureaucratic wisdom.
Yeah, there's been a lot. I've heard a good podcast with Tulsi and who's the other guy? I can't remember. Some guy that worked in Hawaii government. I'm drawing a massive blank on his name, but him and Tulsi covered this on Rogan on how the government was stopping regular people from helping. That's insane wisdom. That's insane.
Well, just kind of looking around here, seeing what stocks are moving and what's not moving. Still seeing some sideways action in some of the quantum names. Looks like the market's starting to get a little weak here. The SPY coming back in a little bit. I'll go to a 5-minute chart.
This is why I wanted to hold on to that short. It didn't work because it went higher from the entry. But I mean, maybe this does pull back. Maybe this fades in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets down to 590 and rebounds, we would really need to see it recapture that previous all-time high of 590, 193. Because if it doesn't, then it's got a bearish pattern and it could end up going lower. I don't want to make any predictions about what the market's going to do today. I already don't think it should have had such a move off of the CPI print, but here we are. We'll see. It's like some folks were mentioning in the chat. The market was pretty oversold and needed to come back up. So this could just be a temporary bounce, and I think you've been saying that all week. So I agree. Okay, looks like some of the quantum names are really starting to come in now.
Guardian of Galaxy saying Costco does a decent job sheltering you from inflation pressures and giving you 4% back on gas. Let me tell you something. That Costco credit card, it is my favorite. I get all of my gas at Costco. All of it. Maximize those rewards, baby.
How about your tires?
I did get my new tires from Costco. Yep. Fresh set of Michelins, and then had to have it aligned. Be sure to get your car aligned after you replace tires, folks.
BKYI, this is getting some volume here, trying to push up into the 270 area. A lot of those quantum names sold off a little bit. Some above their VWAP still. Some are beneath. Looks like VMAR really had a big pull not too long ago, down to underneath $2. Yeah, I think this is the one I said that this may end up going down to 190. Well, we're beneath that now. And just the way it looks, unless we start seeing some consolidation to try and take it back up above the 200 EMA, I think this may end up going lower here. You now have 190 as a resistance area. 195 probably be more accurate. But 190, 195 is now resistance for VMAR after getting a knife right through that area. And those movers we were looking at this morning, they just didn't materialize in anything. It was all the quantum names this morning.
Nope, quantum names, some of the best there. And then obviously some of the bigger names as well. Yep. Some of those are still actually holding here. Tesla's still holding higher. Apple up near the highs. Amazon up near the highs. Izzy, were you trading Amazon today? I know that's been a favorite. Big Bees saying we did say yesterday that the market would care more about today's number than yesterday's number. And there we have it. Mm-hmm. That was exactly right. We are seeing way more of a pop here today. And we're also not seeing the fade that we saw last time.
Not yet. It's only been about an hour and 15 minutes. There's a whole day of just shenanigans that can
shenanigans
that can come up and change the whole market sentiment. But we've kind of put in a top for now. Let's see if it goes any higher. But I would be cautious about the 590 to somewhere between 589 and 590. Concerned about support around there if we go lower.
James asking, how does plumbing work with those mini homes? James, they can vary. I've seen some of them have like composting toilets and like water reservoirs. Some of them even have rainwater collection systems that then funnel into a reservoir where the water's then reused. Not my cup of tea, but
yeah, and those Amazon mini homes are, I looked at those at one point because I was kind of thinking, oh, maybe we do some kind of, they had greenhouses as well, so I was looking at those as well. So I thought they were interesting. They were going for like less than $10,000, and it was a full home.
Lowe's here. This is one of the plays that we talked about on the rebuild from some of those fires. This was one of the better ones that I had talked about, with that sitting right at the 200-day. Well, guess what? We have popped away from that 200-day. This is the EMA chart. Let me actually go to a bigger chart here, and I can show you that.
Yep.
And then the other thing that I had mentioned was one that Stay Focused from our happy hour show mentioned yesterday, PAVE. Interesting ETF. Here was your Lowe's setup. This was pretty sweet. This is working now. I do think we might actually break above that 50. PAVE, P-A-V-E, was the ETF. We had not talked about that. All of these plays so far are working here today.
We were getting asked earlier thoughts on TSMs because they report tomorrow, and seeing as how the Qs are kind of selling off today, or they were. I don't know what they're doing right now. Looks like they may have turned around, but TSM, what are we thinking for this? Because it's been kind of going sideways for the most part in December. Had a brief pop at the beginning of the year and came right back into the same consolidation. That consolidation is between looks like 190 to 210. So I'm not, at this stage, because of how much TSM's run, I feel like it's kind of topped out a little bit here. Not that it couldn't go higher, but it seems like it's just kind of been going sideways, and I'm just not sure how to take this right now. We've been getting some news about how TSM is considering moving a lot of their, their 2 nanometer fabrication potentially to Arizona. I know Samsung had mentioned moving 2 nanometer production to Arizona as well. So what are we thinking? What do you think here with TSM? Because I'm not sure about it.
My gut says that we go higher just because of all of the AI themes and the stuff that we're in. That would be my gut. I will say here, just trying to plug it here. Anne Marie did give out a TSM trade last night on one of our webinars. This is a double butterfly. This gives you exposure to the downside and the upside for under $2. So if you're looking and you're unsure, maybe the double butterfly is the way to go. This is for any of you that have Pro. This is in your Benzinga Pro, in your Anne Marie Band channel. 220, 230, 240, the upside fly there on the calls, and then 185, 175, 165, your downside on the puts there on that fly.
We're also getting asked about UNH.
Yeah, Craig is asking me what I think here on UNH. This is tough. I don't necessarily have a play for earnings. My gut would be that this probably trades higher, but I don't really have an angle on that one. The spot that this thing is at is intriguing, with it right here on the 200-day. We actually just recaptured this and closed above it. I would imagine that if they have a good number here, this thing probably trades up by 15 points or so. I would look at that 556 area, which is your 50-day moving average. It's tough for me to say. I did not play this myself, but I got a gut. I guess my gut feeling is that this trades higher if the number's good.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned 555 being a very big resistance area.
You did.
And I think that if we do get a positive report, we're definitely going to see 555. Whether or not we end up retaking and start and close above that position and start trading above it, that I don't know. I think a lot needs to be said from the company. I don't even know if they've had a replacement CEO yet. They might announce it at this earnings. I still think there's a lot of question marks, and I know that the FTC is not happy about the United Health and other companies inflating prices. So it seems like even if they do have a good report, there could be some guidance that maybe isn't so favorable. I think that would be the thing to watch for, is how they guide.
Yeah, good stuff there. All right, folks, we are going to be doing an all access here pretty soon. And we're going to send you over to story trading and futures fever after that. So we got more stuff on the docket here today. Also, don't forget, we've got Fed speakers here today. We mentioned that at the outset of the show, but really haven't talked about it. 9:20 a.m., we already had Barkin. We had Kashkari at 10. And in an hour here at noon, we're going to have Goolsby. So that's also coming up here.
And folks are still playing BKYI and killing it. They broke out of that 270 area. Next upside target, I have 320.
Okay.
Oh, look at that! Marcus Cyber said 320 as well. Hey, Dan, how are you doing?
What's going on?
We're just watching these junky names move around.
Not much. We're having a day here after that CPI print took us higher here, Dan. So we're having a lot of fun here. What do you got coming up for us?
By the way, you guys always take everyone higher, so it's just it's like a regular day
that's
for
what
you.
we wanted to hear, Dan. That's exactly what we wanted.
I got
to hear.
a really great guest. Very excited to talk to Brett Richards. He's the CEO of Pasofino Gold Limited. So some gold action coming up. We'll have a lot of fun with that.
Okay, awesome. Before I turn it over to you, you got to give it to me. I need a score prediction for this weekend.
Oh, you want to talk about the Bills game?
No. I just want a score prediction for the Lions game this week.
I know you wanted the Lions game. Pain to more pain. No, I think that. Listen, I'm a little concerned because I told people to take Jaden Daniels 8-1 before the season for Rookie of the Year. He is unbelievable. The Commanders are never out of a game. It's us against the world. They're going in as almost double-digit underdogs. He's going to keep them in it, but in the end, the Lions offense with Montgomery back, there's going to be a big day for Jahmyr Gibbs again. Lions in a huge shootout, 41-31. Take the over.
Okay, sweet. I like that. I did plan on betting the over, so that makes sense.
13. The Bears. Who are they playing this weekend?
They're playing the couch.
No, I thought they were playing the golf course.
Yeah, maybe. Some of them are probably playing the couch, though.
You know I love you. The Bears are going to be okay sometime in the next 20 years.
Whenever that owner gets out of the way, we'll talk about that in the future. 13. Thanks for everything here today. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Dan, take it away with All Access.
Thank you so much, fine sir. Hey, Zingers, and welcome to All Access. I've got a wonderful guest for you today. It is Brett Richards, the CEO of Pasofino Gold Limited. The TSXV ticker is VEIN, The OTCQB ticker is ERFGF, and the FSE ticker is N07. He's joining us for an exclusive talk today. All Access starts right now. Oh, yes, and it is my pleasure to welcome in the CEO of Pasofino Gold Limited, Brett Richards. Wonderful to be with you today, Brett. Can you hear me fine, sir? Maybe, maybe not. We will get these tech issues worked out. Brett, can you hear me? I'll do a song and dance show. I like his background. It looks very intriguing. Brett, still can't hear me? We'll get this worked out. I mean, you don't want me to start doing a comedy set, or maybe people do. But for now, you've got me. Maybe you should bring Faluda back out. We'll do a road show. But no, very excited to talk to Brett Richards, who's, as I mentioned, the CEO of Pasofino Gold Limited. Always excited to hear about all these different companies and businesses, whether it's gold, whether it's semiconductors, whether it's medical stuff and drug trials and drugs that can, medicine that can help save the world. Always really cool stuff here on All Access. But it's always fun when you have live issues when you're on a show. So it's going to work out. We will hopefully be able to get Brett all set up here in just a moment. And until then, as you heard from my man, I think we got Brett. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dan. Hey, thanks for
all
having me.
right. I was very emotional without you, and now we got you, and the dream is alive. Welcome into All Access, Brett. Let me just once again welcome you in. He's obviously the CEO of Pasofino Gold Limited. The TSX V ticker is VEIN. The OTCQB ticker is EFRGF, and the FSC ticker is N07. So it's great to have you. And let's just start off here. Can you give everyone an overview of Pasofino Gold?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Pasofino has probably been flying under the radar for a number of years, and what we have is we have the Weekday Gold Project in Liberia, in West Africa, and it has gone through a full feasibility study, and we are at the next stage of development, i.e., looking for a strategic partner to help further develop the project, or looking for a strategic partner to take an off-ramp with. So lots of exciting stuff going on, and happy to walk you through some of the more detailed information about the project.
Yeah, and I love when companies can fly under the radar and all of a sudden they can take over the world. So it's a good place to be. And then you got to jump out and do some great stuff. And what does make Liberia, an ideal location for gold mining? Are there any regulatory challenges you're facing in Liberia?
Well, Dan, I've worked in West Africa probably 10 of the last 15 years of my career, with the exception of Goldshore Resources. And, I've worked in some really difficult jurisdictions: Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Sierra Leone, and also Liberia. What I find about Liberia is a few things. First of all, it has a tremendous American U.S. influence. It uses American money, speaks English, and, through the whole history of colonization, etc. But it is a very, very stable jurisdiction with a strong mining focused government. It's one of their leading GDPs. And at the end of the day, if I had to choose a country to be in today in West Africa, Liberia is probably the top of the list for me.
I love it. I know you just completed a BFS, a bankable feasibility study in 2022. Help our audience understand, Brett, if you will, what a BFS is and what yours revealed, and also what effect, movement to the price of gold have had on the results of the study itself.
Yeah, sure. This comes on the back of a lot of history. First of all, the project was owned by ARX Resources some time ago. They did about 20,000 meters of drilling. Hummingbird Resources, a public listed for now, a company in London, they did about 150,000 meters of drilling and conducted the full feasibility study that completed in June of 2022. What that is, at the time, it was a very detailed project analysis from mining, metallurgy, processing, permitting, all of the key components of a project. They were it took about a year to do, but that project came together and put out the economic outputs for the market we were in, or the gold environment we were in, but also all the state of inflation at that point in time. And it's a study that is plus or minus 10% to kind of reality. So it has illustrated to us that Weekday is extremely economic. It's got low capex, reasonably speaking, for the size of production profile it has, and it has a really, really low cost structure. So the economics of this are really strong.
I love it. Let's talk about the project, and I want to know tell us how you power the project, and what's the power generation split between solar and LNG, and what are the economics of each?
Yeah, so I'll back up a little bit and just really talk about how we arrived at this, because at the time oil prices were quite high, much higher, almost twice as much, but about 50-60% higher than they are today. And LNG ended up being, I will say, the power solution that was most economic, and augmented by solar, which for about 20% of the power requirements. And collectively, that was the power solution they arrived on. And given this was done in kind of 2022, our capex was $435 million. If I sensitize that up today to inflation, it's around $450 million US, and our all-in sustaining costs are just over $1,000, $1,025 at $2,100 gold. So, the power component, I would say, and it's one of the reasons we're looking for kind of a strategic partner, is there's a number of ways I think that we can re-optimize this project from a CapEx standpoint. Obviously, steel prices are much lower than they were 2 years ago.
Right.
Oil is much lower than it was 2 years ago. So I think we could do a really quick refresh to probably keep CapEx where it is today, or possibly even lower it, but also increase our recoveries and increase the optimization of our mine to bring grade forward. So there's a number of things that we can do at the end of the day to make the economics even better when that they are right now.
No, it's a good place to be in. And let's talk about your leadership team and what kind of experience do you bring to the table with them?
Yeah, I was attracted by Pasofino through a relationship I have with Dan Betts, who is our chairman. And Dan and I built a mine together. He built the Yanafalila mine in Mali in 2014. 2012, and I was building the Yanata mine for Avocet in Burkina Faso. So we got to know each other quite well. Dan reached out some time ago and said, would you be able to help us with this project? You've worked in Liberia, West Africa. You're very familiar with building mines. Would you be interested in doing this? So I said yes, and I said, there's two or three paths here. We can bring in a joint venture partner. We can take an exit and take a win for our shareholders. That's always an option we need to be looking at. But also, I can build this mine, and the economics are so robust. I'm very confident we can finance it. But we would need an equity partner to come in to start that process. But my relationship with Dan, who's the chairman, goes back 20 years. Steve Detells, who is our deputy chairman, is a strong businessman. Bob Metcalf. There's some really strong people on our board who I've known for some time. And we have a very strong CFO in Lincoln Greenidge. And so our team is very tight, very small, and very efficient. And if we decide that we're going to kind of increase our scope and look to build this, we'll obviously start to put together a project team and a deeper management team to facilitate that. But I've done that. I've built 3 mines in my career in West Africa and 1 in Congo. And this is what I wake up in the morning for.
I love it. Nothing like having huge and great experience, to make things as good as they could be. And, William Brent, talk to us about the valuation gap in your stock right now. Why is your stock trading at such a lower multiple of gold reserves compared with some similar sized projects?
Yeah, you know what? We've talked about this, and I've talked about this many times kind of in the press. And we saw 2022, 23 when we had some geopolitical disruption in the Ukraine and some instability in the market. But we saw gold price continue to power up. The performance of gold price in 23 was sub 20%. It was 24.5% in 2024 on the US dollar. So, gold has performed quite well. Gold equities, on the other hand, have not performed to the extent that the gold price has moved. So there's been a disconnect, and that disconnect still exists between gold price and gold equities. We're seeing it, and quite frankly, there isn't the influx of capital into the junior mining space globally to help prop up these projects and allow them to advance properly. If I look at valuations from a resource, M&I, or reserve basis, Pasofino, and looking at transaction comps as well, like Tieto Minerals or Asino in Namibia, and there are others. So when we look at that, Pasofino could easily be trading at $150 to $200 million market cap. We're trading at 50 today, sub 50, and we have no liquidity. So my job is to get out there and tell the story and get people into this project and into the stock, simply because I see tremendous opportunity. I was brought in as an investor first. I have just under $1 million of my own money invested in this company because I believe in it. And the companies that I've run it historically, and the market will know and people will know, I invest heavily in those projects that I work on, our board members of, and I commit. And quite frankly, Gold Shore Resources, as we've talked about in the past, and Midnight Sun Mining, as we've talked about in the past, those are two really good examples of projects that when I get involved, I get committed, and I am committed to Pasofino because I see the opportunity here, and I understand the risk better than most people do in West Africa, because West Africa has morphed into something a little different than it was 10 years ago. And we have difficulties in Burkina and Mali and Niger, and we read about those difficulties all the time. But Liberia kind of comes to the forefront as very mining friendly, very doable. And this is a project I think is going to see production within the next 3 years.
I love it. And with your wealth of experience, you definitely bring a lot of gravitas to Pasofino Gold and all the things you're involved with, as you mentioned. It was an absolute pleasure talking with you today, Brett. Thank you so much for your time, and nothing but the best going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Appreciate it.
That was the CEO of Pasofino Gold Limited, Brett Richards. The TSXV ticker is VEIN. The OTCQB ticker is EFRGF. And the FSE ticker is N07. Let's send it back to the Chicago Bears' #1 fan and president of the Caleb Williams fan club, my man, the incredible Ryan Faluna.
Okay, that is better than I thought there. I will say you Lions fans you guys are pretty crazy, right? It's been forever since you've had a decent team, and then as soon as you get one, the knives come out. Well, remember that. I'll tell you what, your Red Wings brethren don't behave the same way. Just saying.
All I got to tell you is this. You know I love you. I think I've been quite nice. I can be way worse. I was going to say Chicago Bears #2 fan. I said #1.
That's
I'm
true.
always giving you nothing but love. And by the way, until like 2 or 3 days ago, every Detroit team, including Michigan and Michigan State basketball, was undefeated in 2025. So maybe it's finally Detroit's time to rise back. You guys have had great years in Chicago. Detroit, it's our time.
Okay, fair enough. Worth noting, the Bears are also undefeated in 2025. Just throwing that out there.
So are all the other non-playoff teams too.
Just going to throw it out there. Not everyone won on the last week of the season,
That's
though.
true.
Bears did. Okay, Dan, awesome stuff. Thanks very much. You have yourself a good one. And we're going to, at some point, look in the future. Dan and I might collaborate on some betting content, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, it's time for story trading. Let me go ahead and bring on Ben. Ben, how are you doing today, my man?
Doing awesome. Awesome. We're all set up for today. Everything just happened perfectly. New account high is up like 40% for the year, up, I don't know, 2,500% in 3 months in our official trade account that does their Discord trade ideas. So things are just glorious today.
Okay, we get a great CPI print. I got to know, you got some content here on some of the quantum names which are bouncing back here today? You guys still trading those?
Yeah, well, we traded a little quantum today for sure. It wasn't something I was too big on in the first iteration, but yeah, today was a risk on day because of CPI. So all of those thematic names were in play. So definitely did some quantum trading today.
All right, awesome. Giddy up. Take it from here. Have a great day.
Awesome. Sounds good. All right. Where's the rest of my folks here? Oh, there's a Godfather Knows.
We're coming in right now, man.
Where's my screen? There's my screen. Wow. What a beautiful day, guys. We're looking at the chart of Geo. We'll get to IWM, but basically, like every one of our predictions, almost every one of our predictions hitting to a T today. It's been unbelievable. But we got to talk about this GEO. We'll come to it in a second. But I'll just say this. You see this? Geo was exploding before CPI. You see it the last few days. And it was going to make this move regardless of how CPI came out today. This was my largest position coming into today. We'll talk about it in just a second. But first, a macro look. CPI comes in light. All right. This morning, we're all over this using TLT to confirm the move. TLT, nice big move up there, moving towards the 20 DMA. Even throughout the volatility we're having early in the session on IWM, TLT was still heading up a little bit toppy here, a little bit challenging here. But then we also look at risk asset Bitcoin to confirm that we're risk on. So today, our theme was, hey, you could buy the IWM dip. I don't do the IWM trading in our Discord, but I did a little bit on the side with Rhett here. So I bought this dip down here, bought another dip right here. But that's not our focus, all right? This is just simply indicative of a risk-on market environment right now with 3 full trading days. 3 full trading days until the Trump inauguration. Markets are closed on Monday because it's also Martin Luther King Day. Martin Luther King Day. So I think it's for me, it's party on for 3 days and it's risk on for 3 days. Why don't I'll pause there, Godfather. Give me your take on CPI, IWM, and basically market sentiment for the next few days.
Yeah, look, I expected that we were going to rally, even if the CPI came in hot. We would see an initial dip, and then volatility crush would come in, just because of positioning ahead of this print was very, very nervous, and basically the stock market sold off in advance and anticipating this, especially coming off of some of the numbers we got earlier in the week, indicating that we might indeed get a hot print, and the estimates went up ahead of time. So we did get an even better scenario, which is great. And when you see this sort of risk on, full stop, you need to focus all of your attention on the highest beta risk on crappiest companies in the sectors, the theme rally sectors that have moved the most. And that's why I went to the highest levered name I could find in the sector that's had the biggest gains, that being quantum. And I took the warrants on RGTI. This is a short-lived trade, but that was the right thing to do right out of the gate.
Yep, absolutely.
And then we're getting a sell-off and some profit taking. As I said in our Discord, right at I guess about 30 minutes ago. Now's the time, guys, to take some profits on these. And then you get back to work and focus on your value names and the portfolio holdings that you have that you want to trade around.
I took some IonQ. I took some IonQ this morning. The targets I was looking at on all of these thematic names, we got the quantum list, we got our drone list, Trump's stocks, 20 DMA, right? It's basically the next major moving average above. That's my target. Didn't quite get there for RGTI or IonQ, but I scalped in and out on IonQ, not in these now. But look at these drone stocks, okay? Drone stocks, they're very close to the 20 DMA target on RCAT, up there at 1136. Let's take another one. MOB, I'm looking, MOB, the R size come down a lot. So looking for 375 on that. Paladine, a very interesting one because this is like the only thematic stock that didn't break a major moving average support line. So I've been all over this the last few days because they also had an Air Force contract win 2 days ago, riding up to 20 DMA. Also a little bit of news out with RCAT today. So some relative strength in RCAT. So yes, another one, Rumble. I gave Rumble this morning. Also thematic name, Trump name, 20 DMA right there, 1151. Honestly, I don't think this move is over. I don't have high conviction in the quantum names fundamentally. So I'm not holding for these swing targets on the quantum names. Look, RSI nice and low. I think there's a good chance over the next couple of days that we see some continuation or an underlying bid in the market, and we could see IonQ hit that 20 DMA and RGTI hit that 20 DMA. But I'm more interested in the names that I have some fundamental conviction in, which is RCAT's one of them. Okay, RUM is actually one of them after that big, $700, $800 million investment from Tether. So that's one of them as well. MOB is another one that I was just talking about. Where'd it go? MOB, that's one I have some fundamental conviction in that we're going to hit the 20 DMA. So I don't bother much with the quantum names, but I should also note that we had a great collaborative effort the other week on timing the top of the quantum theme. Let me pull it up here. And we made a ton of money on this in our community. It was QUBT. I think it was literally the day before, or maybe 2 days before this drop. I forgot the catalyst that got me in it. You were in a little earlier, but there was something that I was like, the time is now. I forgot what the catalyst was, and the time is now. So I joined you, Godfather, on the QUBT puts, and we just nailed it the next day. That was a big win. If you want to talk about that for a sec.
Yeah, look, I came out of the NVIDIA Jensen Huang CES talk suggesting to myself that I needed to get even more short these quantum names because the product coming out of NVIDIA is just so good. And my thesis going in was to find the name that had the least underpinning in terms of fundamentals in a group that, I shared Jensen's view that was just too far off. I happen to have a friend that works in quantum. So I've been going down the rabbit hole with his help, and he confirmed all of those views to me. My biggest regret, of course, is that I covered at around 1080
Yeah, I know. I
in the
was. I
stock.
did that.
As QUBT went down to 6.
I know.
So, look,
Those call options
these
are crazy.
names are going to continue
Put
to
options
be
crazy.
the number one highest beta risk-on names. Now you got Jensen, despite his comments, hosting this quantum forum in March. So with that, out a couple of months from now, I think it's still going to be a topical area. But you want to rent returns in this group. You do not want to invest in them. But there's going to be some great trading opportunities, just like there were today, when it's obvious. So don't get greedy. Sell early, sell often.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's going to be money to be made all the way through this
And you
quarter on
need to
those.
do. We had a
and probably
market downturn, and you need to do a little bit of that stuff and a little bit of shorting, special situation stocks, which we'll talk about in just a second, to be able to kind of keep your capital when the market pulls back, right? So we've done that successfully now 3 times in the past several months when the market pulled back, and we're able to stay close to our account highs because we did things like that, right? It was shorted QUBT. All right, let me move in and talk about this special situation stock Geo, and then after that we'll do NBIS, because Geo and NBIS, let me drag this to the top, were our top 2 conviction picks really the last couple of weeks or so. Geo was my number 1 top conviction pick in my largest position. Godfather will talk about NBIS in a second. His number 1 pick. Look at the strength. Look at how it's beating the market the last several days. NBIS, his top pick. And look at my Geo. All right, so we had 2 really good stocks outperforming. Geo, I mean, there's just so much to say. If you guys have been watching our shows or following us on Twitter or you're in our Discord, you know the thesis here. This is an immigration enforcement stock. They work with the immigration services. They're only one of 2 publicly traded companies. The other one is CXW. Geo fundamentally better positioned to benefit from immigration policy changes as Trump comes into office on Monday. And on top of that, I got the fundamental blessing from the Godfather. This isn't just sentiment. You can justify evaluation even much higher than here on Geo. In addition to that, you have a big short position. You have a lot of open interest coming into, I've been talking about gamma squeeze and short squeeze potential. If you look at the options chain, there was a lot of open interest on the $30 closing this week. You see a lot of that moving up. People are moving their options up to 33, 34, 35 for this week. The OI doesn't seem huge, but when you compare it to the daily volume, it is big enough to actually cause some gamma action. And then on top of that, 2 days ago, Wedbush comes out and raises their price target on Geo to 46 from 30. And then today, Jones Trading comes out, raises the price target from 32 to 55. So everyone's getting ahead of this Trump inauguration play. Look at like Fannie Mae, which I've been watching. That's just crazy. Look at this Trump inauguration play just exploding. So now you're seeing that money flow moving into Geo ahead of inauguration. And if you want to be part of this, you got to buy by Friday because the markets are closed on Monday. There's no opportunity to make a quick buck and a quick win on Monday when Trump has signed his executive orders. If you want to be in the speculative play, the buying pressure is going to be between now and Friday. This has been an unbelievable play. My largest common share position, my largest call position, making bank. I have not sold any of my calls yet. Maybe not a good idea. I probably should take some off the table. But Geo, Godfather, any thoughts on this, Geo? I know I leaned on you a little bit to give me a little extra conviction that you do like the fundamental valuation on this.
Yeah, there's 3 things that I wanted to point out on Geo from a fundamental standpoint. Number 1, there's still room in terms of cash flow multiple relative to its historical multiples. So, the prices that you're talking about in the high 30s, which I think is probably where you're going to exit this trade. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I'm going to exit. My exit is
you're still
my exit's time based, so I'll be selling probably at least half of my position by Friday before the news, and I'll leave some in case there's good news, next week. And it's not just executive orders, but they may have to pass some things in Congress and stuff in the first few weeks. I think my prediction is that Geo will peak 3 to 4 weeks after inauguration, similar to what it did in 2016-17.
Yeah, I agree with that. And if it does so in the sort of high 30s, it might even stretch to low 40s. You're still low double digits in terms of an EV/EBITDA multiple. The other thing is they have more capacity than their competitor, so potentially they've got more growth should they get a large contract or their ability to fulfill that contract. They have the monitoring program, the ankle bracelets, which is a recurring revenue SaaS type margin business, which you don't see at CXW. And the last thing is we know that they are closer to the Trump administration than CXW in terms of their lobbying efforts and the management team there. So I just point out all of those things. You are getting a slight premium in terms of, or paying a slight premium in terms of multiple relative to CXW, but for the reasons I just mentioned, I think it's justified.
Great. All right. Beautiful. Geo continues to be my largest position. Let's go to what I think. Is this still your highest conviction, largest position? NBIS. Look at the daily chart. You've been spot on.
Still my largest position. It is still my highest conviction. Look, 2025 is a follow the money year. And, you know, that's not just in terms of following the money with respect to people that are close to the Trump administration, but in terms of CapEx dollars and, you know, where are corporations spending their money on? And they're spending their money on AI to eke out efficiencies. There's over $1 trillion worth of CapEx that's going into AI over the next 3 years, according to Dan Ives. So you know that there's a tailwind behind you in terms of CapEx spend. We were on this theme early with Core Scientific, CORZ, in our community at $6, $7, $8.
This one was alerted
now
to
16.
us by, who was that famous company? They love shorting stuff, and then they went long. Who was it?
Citron.
That's I don't know if that's how you found out about it. That's how I found out about it. Someone put it in our Discord.
Yeah, it got on my radar when Citron came out with their piece. I regret not seeing it earlier, but it only started trading again after being halted on the 14th of October. So we didn't miss too much. In the $26, $28 range is when I really started to pound the table on this. The thing is, when customers utilize AI, they need to do so through the cloud, which is, you know, the way that most software is hosted these days. So it's great to have a Blackwell trip. It's great to have an H100, all the rest of it. But for the average person, it doesn't do anything. You want to have an environment whereby you can access the compute power and do so efficiently. And with NBIS, A, you get a pure play on high performance compute. B, you get 20 to 25% lower cost of operation than you could on your own. And C, there's just such a demand for compute that even the hyperscalers, even the Amazons and the Metas of the world and so on, are looking to names like NBIS to expand their compute power, which they're again, third-party reselling to other corporate users. So, look, there really hasn't been a pure play in the market until this thing started trading. You have Cores, which is primarily still a Bitcoin mining company, but they've got the largest HPC percent of revenue that's available in a public company. That's, like I said, doubled since we were on it. CoreWeave is the largest private company that's going to go public sometime in 2025. You really want to benchmark NBIS's valuations against CoreWeave, and if you do that, you get numbers that are in the $55 to $60 range. You're starting to see some of the fringe investment community get on this name. I know Hedgeye came out on it saying a 40% upside. That was yesterday or the day before. They've got a big call with their client base, which I understand is quite substantial. They have a big following. That's tomorrow, so I expect some strength in the stock again tomorrow. BWS Financial, who I'd never heard of before, came out with a $51 target price. Again, that was 2 days ago. All of the bulge bracket firms that were involved in the CoreWeave financing, the JP Morgans, the Goldman Sachs, so on of the world, will come out with research coverage on these guys. They're due to report on the 14th of February. I would expect coverage to follow in very close suit.
Awesome. And I just got to say, you do a wonderful job in our Discord helping people execute. Like, this has been incredible to watch you trade NBIS because of the conviction you have. Every time there's been a big dip, and you've done the same thing with OppFi. Wow, OppFi, got to take a detour. OppFi had a big drop here from 872 to 721. You're like, I can't find any reason for this drop. Nothing's changed. Buy the dip, buy the dip. Look at this, from 7 to 1150. So you do an excellent job, helping people execute within the Discord community as well. So kudos to you on both NBIS here and OppFi. Maybe we'll come back to OppFi if we have
quickly
time.
One thing on OppFi.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to make one point on OppFi. Again, we were on this at 550.
Yep.
It's been a 10x for us on the warrants. The warrants have an 1150 strike price, guys. Stock is 1142 right now. So to the extent that this thing goes through strike, you're really going to see, some leverage in that vehicle. So
I sold my warrants on January 10th after the initial pop. Very sad. And
I know. I don't know why.
I just thought I could buy back the next day. I lower. I'm like, it's up 80% or something. I'm like, okay, I'll buy it back lower the next day. Nope, just keep going.
And look, I advocate trading around a core position. I wish I had done so on NBIS this morning. Sold some at 39. Bought it back here at 36. But you don't always get those opportunities. Yeah. So yeah.
All right, let's talk about HD. Rhett, come in here. HD. Okay, I don't know whose idea it was, Rhett. It was someone in the Discord when we're doing the LA fire theme play. So we have a list for the wildfires, and someone mentioned it was like day 2 or 3. It wasn't like an early play. Look at MCY bouncing back in shore in California. But someone mentioned, hey, HD can benefit from the rebuild that's going on in LA, and we jumped on it. Rhett, why don't you tell us more?
Yeah, I mean, it was someone in the Discord. They were saying that in California, all the Home Depots were getting wiped out and they're buying everything. And I mean, we see the same effect with hurricanes and all that stuff as well down here in Florida. So it's just one of those things. It was benefit and it was starting to gain a lot of traction. And especially when it got over that key level right there, this thing was bound to break out. So we picked out some great call options, rode with those, and those delivered over almost 200% returns.
Yeah, beautiful. I was in them with you. I sold them at the open. You got a better entry than me, but I still made over 100% on those HD calls. So that worked out pretty well. And we had
another thing I want to mention too is man, we were so early on this trade, and we were in the right trade too here. And I mean, we still made almost 50-60% returns. Was with LNG with the
LNG. Yeah, I left that early. Yes, with the cold weather snap and all this.
Extremely early.
Look extremely early. I would have made. You would have made. We all made. We're in the right call options. But
they're like
stick
up over
around for that.
3,000% or something.
I know. Don't tell me that. All right, that's right. We got 2,000% with TMDX. So all right. But anyway, the last thing I want to say with the HD is, at story trading, we're looking at all aspects. So we just told you about the catalyst and maybe the sentiment of HD, but also we look at the technicals, and the technicals very low. It was when we got into this, the technicals, it was RSI was like at 32, right? So it was an easy shot. The thesis was low hanging fruit to hit the 20 DMA, which it did. And then I anticipated if we got late CPI, then 50 DMA. That was our target, actually. The target was 404.95 at the 50 DMA, and we hit it today to the T. So that's what we do with story trading. We mix together what we call these 4 pillars, right? Catalyst, sentiment, fundamentals, and technicals. And it really gives us an edge, I believe, over any other type of trading style that only looks at the market from one perspective. We look at it from 4 different perspectives, and it really, really helps us to outperform. All right, let's go down this list, see if there's anything else. Okay, there's it's 11:26. I don't know if we're getting an extra few minutes or not, but MBOT and Fubo. Let's talk Fubo first. I always say. So Fubo, everyone knows about the news here with Disney. Godfather, you've jumped all over it. We made a lot of money in the first couple of days, but it's been difficult since. With the light CPI this morning, I added pretty heavy in pre-market. I guess I'm up on those trades because it was in the 390s, but I'm a little disappointed that we're not up more. I was thinking we can make a move to the 440s, but we're at 410 quickly because we don't have a lot of extra time. Let's quickly talk about Fubo, Godfather, then 1 or 2 more quick stocks. Go ahead.
Yeah, look, wholesale transformative acquisition with Disney, combining Hulu, and live TV. This is streaming live TV, so it's primarily news and sports. Their bundle is going to come out, presumably once they've negotiated a carriage deal with Discovery and Warner Brothers, which sort of rounds out their sports offering. If it's anything like what was expected from Venu, it's going to come out in the sort of low 40s per month. You saw DirecTV come out with their competitive offering, but it's priced around 80. That along with the hardware necessary to broadcast that or to receive it, I don't think that makes it a very competitive offering. Look, I benchmark this against Roku. I think that's the closest comp here. And if you look at it on an EV to sales basis, you're now trading, at over a 50% discount. That's just simply too much. I think the margins are a little bit higher at Roku and probably always will be because of the third-party, content that Fubo is going to have to pay for, even though those content costs are going to come down some 30 to 50% as a result of this transaction with Hulu. So what's reasonable? I think something closer to like a 25% discount or less, which means it's $650 plus. The other angle that could really light a fire under this, and when we saw Fubo at its all-time highs, it was because people were looking at it as a sports gambling play. And Penn did a deal, or Disney did a deal with Penn, however you want to look at it, to create ESPN Bet. It was a $2 billion investment by Penn into ESPN Bet. The CTO from Disney went over to lead that effort. The integration is inevitable into ESPN and into Fubo, which will be carrying ESPN Plus and all the other sports channels. So, will you be able to bet real time on ESPN while watching? Yes. Will you be able to do it through Fubo? Most likely, yes. Will Disney enjoy the cover of participating in sports betting while still retaining its squeaky clean family image by doing this through Fubo? Absolutely. So I think those are reasons to get excited about this going forward. But look, there are near-term catalysts. Number one, they're going to announce a carriage deal with Warner Brothers Discovery. It's going to be relatively soon. They're going to want to get this skinny bundle out before March Madness. I expect we see both of those relative short order. The stock has been suffering here as people have been looking at the insider sales, saying Gambler and others have sold out. You have to look at the Form 3s and look at the notes. This is all existing predetermined sales. These are things that were structured 3 years ago and triggered when the stock price got over $5. So yes, they got some nice fills in the $5-6 range, but this is all automatic. It's not discretionary. I think you could possibly see as another catalyst management coming in to buy in light of this. So I really like the risk reward down here at
it is
$4.
one of my largest trade positions right now. Right now, in my trade account, it's a Geo, Fubo, and NBIS. I'm stuck with more than I wanted because I was trading it earlier today. Okay, and very last thing. We don't have a lot of time, but MBOT, take a look at that. Look at this. This is one of these thematic stocks.
$20 million EV company.
This is one of those thematic stocks.
Endoscopy robots.
Bounce back.
Massive TAM. That's a Q2 this year FDA 510K decision. But look, as soon as money flows into the robot theme, this will be one of the beneficiaries of it. Super clean capital structure, massive TAM. It's going to get bought by Stryker.
I like it. I like it for
Medtronic.
I like it for a short-term trade as well. We got the fundamentals from you, but with the light CPI bouncing off the 20 DMA, I think this move is a little bit light for that, and we can get more out of that. I don't have too much time to talk about Trug. This is a small market cap, but we don't discriminate on market cap if the thesis is good, if the fundamentals are good. So check out TRUG. This is my favorite small market cap stock. I think you like the fundamentals on this one too, Godfather. If you have 30 seconds, and then we're done on Trug.
Yeah, there's some capital structure stuff going on with the pipe converts that keeping the share price depressed probably for the next, I would say, 60 days max. But then it becomes relatively clean.
Fundamentally,
they become
your fair value is over $1, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The franchise model has a lot of operating leverage in it, and that's a first stop value. And I think you get there as soon as all of this, shorting by the pipe convert guys to get
this
there.
Is something I'm actually holding.
Their alternative conversion price, which is a discount to VWAP, out of the way. That's it's noisy. That's exactly what's happening.
So because we have that,
all about it, you can live
because we have that
because
we have that fundamental conviction from you, Godfather. I'm actually holding this as a swing, rather, with confidence. Usually with a penny stock like this, you just want to trade in and out, but this one I'm holding. So very happy to see that come towards our $1 plus target soon, hopefully. All right. Ryan, how's
What's going
that?
on? I love jumping in here when you guys are talking about a golf stock right at the end. That's going to get me fired up. I too am looking for a move in True Golf. Don't have it yet, but I've been watching that. So that was really good.
They
Breakdown there.
flipped to profitability from what I saw. That was
Yeah.
one reason I got in. Their most recent press release on guidance, flipping to profitability. That's a big sign for me to get in.
Oh yeah, Ryan, you gonna get one for your garage?
Dude, I would love to have a golf simulator in my home. Rhett, that would be big trouble for me. I need all the help I can get. A golf simulator, I'd be in that every day, dude.
Oh man,
every damn day. Anyway, really good job by you folks here today. Really good stuff.
Awesome. Sounds great. We'll see you next week.
All right, take care. We will see you next week, everybody. That is Story Trading. Be sure to check them out. Those guys are awesome. And their departure leaves room for Kevin. Let's go ahead and bring Kevin on and start Futures Fever here. Oops, I brought on Kevin's chart without bringing him on. Sorry about that, Kevin. How are you doing today, my man? CPI print took us higher. What do you got on deck?
Was real nice today. Today we had really clean price action on gold. So I know the markets, the ES, the NASDAQ, they were sort of chopping their way higher, but made some nice moves because of that CPI data, but it didn't really leave us much room for the New York session. So I'm going to cover a trade that I did end up taking on gold. I'm going to cover some type of an imbalance and the reason I took this trade. And then I also want to cover a little bit of what Apex is. And I also want to cover the gap fill trading strategy. So I got quite the show for everybody.
Okay, awesome. Sounds like you've got plenty of content lined up. Take it away, my man.
You got it. Take care, Ryan. Have a great day. What's going on, everybody? Good morning and welcome back to A Futures Fever. I'm your host, Kevin Dubrisky with Benzinga, and today we are going to go over a gold trade recap. We're going to go over the gap fill trading strategy, and we're also going to go over what is Apex Trader Funding. So Apex Trader Funding is a prop firm that gives traders like you and I the advantage to trade with more capital without putting our own money at risk. So basically what you do is it's a two-step to get funded. Well, it's a one-step to get funded. Then once you pass your evaluation account, you get a funded account. Once you pass a certain threshold, you're able to withdraw from your trades. So if we were to start with something like a 50K account, we would have a profit goal of $3,000 and a trail stop of $2,500. So this is a good account to get started with, especially because the profit goal and the threshold are so close together. If you get into larger accounts, the 100K account, the 150K account, we see that the profit goal and the trailing threshold are a lot further apart. What's going on, Steven? Yes, sir. This is futures trading. So we're going to go over some of the ES, the NASDAQ, crude oil, and gold. It's going to be a great jam-packed stream for you guys. This is Apex Trader Funding. I do highly recommend them. I've used them plenty of times in the past. They're very fast with their payouts. Their rules are great, especially for newer traders, guys. A lot of people feel like, you know, they complain over the trailing threshold. It's hard to trade with it. But what they're doing by putting these rules in place is it's giving us a stronger system to follow. So it makes us say, okay, now I need to take profit. It makes us better and more open traders. So that's Apex Trader Funding. If you guys want, I know sometimes the prices get a little expensive, $187 a month, $167 a month for the 50K account. If you use discount code FEVER, you will save 50% off, or whatever their best sale is. So make sure you use discount code FEVER to save on your Apex accounts. Now that we have that covered, let's get into some futures markets. So I want to come back to the replay system and we're going to drag it back. And I want to show you guys why I took this gold trade. The first thing I noted, and every morning I do this, it's the same routine as traders. Everything should become routine so we don't have any hiccups. I mark out my previous day high and I mark out my previous day low. So I noted on gold, we were already above the previous day high, but that doesn't really mean that I have to be looking for long. So I used my tool called Edgeful. Now, Edgeful is a great tool to use because it sort of gives us the stats and does the back testing for me. So if I was looking at gold, we'll look at price action, report, previous day's range, and we're going to look at gold on the daily session. Now, standard, it says previous day high is broken and we close green 72% of the time. But if I go by weekday, On Wednesdays, it drops to a 50% chance. So that gave me a bit more confidence that we might reject the supply zone and push lower, because Wednesdays seem to be the weaker of the days when we break a previous day high. On Mondays, it's 62%. Tuesdays, it's 93%. That is huge. Tuesdays must be a very strong day on gold. Wednesdays, it drops to 50. Thursdays, again, 83%. And then Friday, also highly green. So Wednesdays seem to be the weakest on gold, which gave me the confidence to take a short position. So now that I found my thought process on the higher time frame and with my statistic platform, I'm able to come down to a lower time frame. So we went from the daily to the 4 hour. 4 hour is still a higher time frame, but this is where I get my points of interest. And I saw we had a supply zone right here around 27.16 on gold. So we marked this out as our supply. I marked out my key level up here at 27.23. And I want to show you guys, I had a trade review, a pre-market plan, I should call it, for this gold trade. So as we see, pre-market, I did a write-up at 8.54. On the daily on gold, it looks like we're trying to move higher, creating a higher low, but we really need to see if we could break above 27.2380. This is that key level that I have marked out blue. If we fail this level, I will look to see if any selling pressure inside supply to target previous day high, which is below the recent support and demand zones. So I had 3 trade plans. Always keeping an eye on everything. We want to be prepared for anything the market may have in store for us. I'm going to show us the 30-minute on gold. I'm going to move this to the side so we could keep an eye on both of them at the same time. So at first, I had a 30-minute order block right down here. And this was going to sort of work as my first target on this trade. So trade plan number 2, setup number 2, if we continue higher, which is at this point, because we were on the 5-minute, it was 8.54. So it was 8.54 when I made this plan right over here. I said, if we continue higher, I'd like to see sellers step in supply for short positions. If I don't get my entry in supply, which I did not get my entry up here, I'll look for a fair value gap to enter on, and I'll look for that fair value gap to be created after we reject supply. Now, that's very important. A lot of traders who know fair value gaps, who know of imbalances and ICT concepts, they'll try to short or go long off of any fair value gap they see, which a lot of times does not work in their favor. So what I like to do is I like to look for extra confirmation. If a fair value gap is created after we reject a higher time frame point of interest or supply and demand zone, that makes this a lot more higher probability. Therefore, once we opened, market opened over here, this is the 9:30 candle, I was already in my short position with a tight stop loss because I wasn't looking for price to give us a strong move higher. I was looking for a lower high off of supply. This was even a head and shoulders pattern, and we'll mark that out as well. So we see that we have our head and shoulders right here. We have 1, 2, and 3. And that was sort of giving me the extra confidence too. So we had the head and shoulders pattern, we had a fair value gap, we had the imbalance, which is the fair value gap. And I want to show you guys exactly what I mean by that. So what is an imbalance? The definition would be a situation where there is significant difference between buying and selling pressure, leading to sharp price movements, just like the one we saw before. Characteristics, extended candles or gaps in price. Often occurs after news events like we had CPI today, or reacting off a higher time frame area of interest like the supply zone we saw earlier. Why it matters, it indicates strong institutional activity, and it can also create areas where we may look for price to return to enter our trades, like the fair value gaps. Now, a fair value gap, guys, is right here. It's a 3-bar candlestick price action pattern. So we have 1, 2, and 3. Now, this third one, sometimes it could be the opposite direction. What matters most is where the wicks are. So we want to look at candlestick number 1 and candlestick number 3, and we look at the high wick of 1 and the low wick of 3, and this is for a bullish fair value gap. And we would look to see that this big body on this candle was not tested at all. This leaves an imbalance in the market, and that sometimes will force the market to then rebalance the books, which means it's going to come down, retest, and fill those orders, giving us support to move higher. Absolutely. Stephen, my pleasure. Stephen, I'm glad that that explanation was helpful. That's what we are here for. So that is fair value gaps, and that's what gave me the confidence to take this trade. Now, a lot of people might wonder, well, Kevin, how did you know where we were placing our stop loss? How did you know this trade would work out? We never know for sure if a trade is going to work out. That's why we always have to have proper risk management. Now, because this trade, I saw we had a fast reaction to the downside, and we created a healthy fair value gap off of this zone, and it was in my trade plan, I was looking for a fast reaction. I wanted to grab my short entry, and then when we broke it down to the 1 minute time frame, we'll note that on the 1 minute, when the market opened at this 9:30 candle, we swept the 1 minute high inside this 5 minute fair value gap. So now we're breaking down our time frames, and we had our fast reaction. I took one contract off here. That was leaving it as a 4-to-1, almost a 5-to-1 risk to reward. And then I took my last contract off at these lows. Now, my original trade plan was to target the demand zone, which would have eventually hit down here. However, when I was in this trade, it gave us a very strong move, and then price reacted before the zone. So once I saw price reacting before the zone, we'll throw a replay bar up on there as well. We don't know if we're going to reverse. Remember, guys, there is no certainty in the market, so all we can do is trade carefully and trade what we see. So once I saw we started to wick to the downside, whenever I see lower wicks to the downside, I know that there are buyers starting to step in. So instead of stopping out of my trade up here, what I did was I waited. I said, I don't see any proper reversals on the 5 minute. I don't think we're really reversing, but we can't trade off of our thought. I'm going to be a little patient. I'm going to see if we get one more move lower. And I ended up exiting on this wick on the 5 minute. Again, we do end up continuing, but not until we pull back. So a lot of people might have also stopped out of this trade or re-entered at this point. But for me, I took my 7-to-1 risk to reward, took it 4-to-1, almost 5-to-1 on the first trade. That is a successful trade, and that's what we look for. When we're able to look for 4-to-1s, or if we're averaging a 5-to-1 risk to reward on our trades, that gives us the opportunity to, let's say, risk $100 to profit $500. So you could look to take two great trades, two green trades, 5-to-1, be up 1,000. Then you could take 3, 4, even 5 losses with the same risk and still be profitable, still be up $500 due to the fact that you have good risk management. So this was an A+ trade, something that I really did like. This was something that we caught live as well. And Edgeful was really helpful with this because usually when we're above a previous day high, I'd much rather prefer to trade with the trend. But because I saw Wednesdays tend to be weaker, and we were in a big, strong 4-hour supply zone, I knew that if we get the reaction, we get the impulse move, that's confirmation, that's probabilities. We're no longer gambling, we are trading. And that's what we look to do in our trades, guys. We look to take high probability setups and really maximize our profits. Now, if we were looking at ES and NQ today, ES and NQ were really struggling. This was a trade setup I was potentially looking at, but due to the lack of volume, I did not end up taking this. Now, something I want to point out, and something I mentioned with Ryan while he was introducing me on, is that we had our CPI data this morning at 8:30 a.m. It gave us a very strong move. Now, I like to mark out the data high and the data low. What this does is it gives me an idea of where that data range was. So this data high, we'll put the data high right here. And we have also our data high, our data low, and we saw that price failed to move to the data low. Therefore, we would look for longs. Unfortunately, we were in a higher time frame point of control, or point of interest, I should say, and that made it very difficult for price to continue higher. If we looked at something like the 15-minute time frame, we see it was clearly trying to push green. However, once we start to break it down, it looks more like a barcode. It gets a little bit more choppy. When trading gold, you start with $100. Also, what trading platform do you recommend? Stephen, great question. So if you were to get started with any type of futures, I always recommend new traders either get started with paper trading or get started with some sort of prop firm, firm like Apex Trader Funding. The great thing about Apex Trader Funding is if you get the Tradeovate account, you don't have to create your own Tradeovate account. They'll give you the login, and you could then log into your Tradeovate account on TradingView and place your orders on TradingView. And one of the best parts about TradingView is their tools. Now, let me show you a cool trick with their long and short position tool. So we have long position and short position. Now, when we place our long position tool, it'll usually show us a 1-to-1 risk to reward, and it gives us all that information right here. So right now we have our stop loss, we have our take profit, and we have our entry point. It is 5.9 points to the upside, 5.9 points to the downside. It is a 1-to-1 risk to reward. Now, if I tighten up my stop loss, what we'll see is we'll see a few things change. The first thing we'll see change is this 1 down here, and then we're going to see this 0.5. This 0.5 is TradingView doing the math for us as to how many contracts we have to be in to risk our predetermined risk amount. So if my TradingView, my predetermined risk is always 350, then I'm able to tighten up my stop loss, and let's say I have a 1.5 stop loss, it tells me I could trade 2.3 contracts. Now, obviously, we're not trading 0.3 of a contract, so we could trade this in 2 ways. I could either trade just 2 gold contracts, and my risk will be a little under 350, or I could trade 23 micro gold contracts, which would then be, because micros are a tenth, that would equal the 350 on my risk. And the same thing works for the short position, guys. It is super helpful. I would definitely recommend. TradingView is free to sign up with and get started. The only thing is you only get 1 chart per screen. You would have to upgrade to get more charts and tools as well. So as for getting started with gold, I definitely say get started with a prop firm. If you start with a 50K Apex account or a 25K account where the trail stop is only 1,500, I would definitely recommend only risking max $100 per trade. This gives you the opportunity to take a few losses and not feel the pressure of being underwater on your account, because you know you have plenty of cushion and you have good risk management, and risk management is key. As for the 50K accounts with the profit goal of 3,000, what I would like to suggest is usually having some type of risk. Now, the trailing threshold is 2,500, so I would say max risk on a 50K account, maybe around $150, $200. Because the thing with the prop firms is we're not really looking to take 10 wrong trades in a row. But if we are, that's okay. We'll chalk up whatever it is to get the evaluation account. We're able to reset, and that's the benefit of prop firms, is we're not putting our own capital at risk. However, it's a poor mindset to have. We have to remember, as traders, any account we trade, whether it's paper, our own money, an evaluation account, a funded account, one funded account, you could trade up to 20 accounts with Apex Trader. Whether you trade 1 account or 20 accounts, we should always be trading within our risk, within our rules, within our probability, and within our setups. It is so important as traders to have constant routine. Right here, valuation resets, $85 per resets. There's no limits. And obviously, when there are sales, you will get maybe a $35 reset. Maybe you'll get a $50 reset. And again, the accounts will also be much cheaper. When you get a 50K account and they're on sale for about 80% off, instead of it being $167, you're really only spending about $30, $40 for that eval, which would be about how much you would pay in total after some time on the sort of towards our Tradeovate or our brokers. So it is helpful. It does come with the brokers. It is super helpful in that sense. Now back to our gold. Crude oil was also giving us quite the trend higher today, but it ended up rejecting. Look at this key level, the 79.61. Now I always like to find my key levels on a higher time frame. And as we see, guys, gold has been making a crazy, almost historic move to the upside. From December 27th to today, crude oil has moved up almost 15%. This is a huge return on crude. Now, something we could also check with TradingView is we could look at, the metrics, and we could look at seasonals. Now, I could compare crude oil, the beginning of this year, to last year. Now I see that crude oil is taking a much stronger move than last year to the upside. So that's a great start to the year for crude oil. We're going to look for momentum and possibly some continuation. You're able to move it all around. You could look at it by percent, or you could look at it by dollar value. Now, if we're looking at it by dollar value, we're already close to that $80 mark. We didn't hit $80 on crude oil until late February, almost early March. And we're already hitting that $80 a barrel only halfway through January. So again, very strong markets when it comes to the oil markets right now. Very important to be aware of which markets are trending versus which markets are ranging. That gives us the upper hand in not trying to take a trade that has low probability. Like we saw on gold today, gold gave us a higher probability short, whereas the ES and NASDAQ were only near a supply zone, but we're moving higher. So I always call that a rock and a hard place. When one side is saying we should go long because of news, but the other side is saying we should go short because of a supply or a resistance, that is a no trade zone. At that point, if you take a trade, you might as well just flip a coin and hope for the best. That is gambling, low probability. We do not want to trade with that. As we see, NASDAQ tried to break higher. Now, a setup I usually like to look for is a break of a supply zone and to use it as demand that same day. Now, volume ended up dying out down here, and we could see volume got weaker with our volume bars on the lower chart, or we could also see volume got weaker if we do have our footprint chart. Now, as we see on our footprint chart, so guys, I want to show you real quick. Footprint chart usually shows us the buy and the sell. So this would be the sell, this would be the buy. You could also have it where it shows you the delta. So it shows you the buy minus the sell. And if it's positive, it'll be a positive delta. If it's negative, it'll be a negative delta, and that's bearish. Or you could also look at it by total. I personally like to look at it by total because it gives me an idea if the move should have continuation or if we're starting to fail. So up here, for example, we see that volume started to die down to the upside. We saw that we had strong volume, 5,000, 4,000, a couple 2,000s. And then as soon as we started breaking the supply zone, only 2,000 here, 4,000 here, which is strong. But usually when we have strong volume, we need to see continuation and follow through. Once we failed with that volume, we see our black level is our point of control. That's where the most volume was traded on that candle. Our point of control went from making higher highs to making lower highs, which is now more of a bearish market sentiment. So very important, guys, order flow, volume analysis, and then our technical and even fundamental analysis, depending on what you are trading, is so important. Everything in trading, guys, comes together. It's all one big piece to the puzzle. If anybody does have any questions, please feel free to drop a comment below. I do appreciate everybody for joining in today for Futures Fever. This is every Wednesday, 11:30 a.m. Eastern, and Apex Trader Funding is the way to go for your prop firm needs. So now what I would do, guys, is I would mark out this recent low, and a lot of people might expect a break of the low and then for us to come hit our data low, right? So they might look for us to fill the gap. I know earlier I mentioned I would cover a little bit of the gap fill trading strategy. Unfortunately, we took a little bit too much time on our gold and other trade setups and imbalances, which I hope you all found very educational. So we're going to save our gap fill strategy for next week. But going forward, guys, remember, we have strong markets on gold, and we could even get rid of our drawings. It's always important, too, guys, to look at the charts without your drawings. That will delete any bias you might have put on the chart without actual price action. So now I'm able to look at the chart, and I'm, again, able to see good buying momentum. I'm not going to be looking for any shorts on crude oil. Crude oil is making higher highs. It's making higher lows. Crude oil is in a bull trend. Now we could take a look at gold. Gold is in a much more difficult position. Gold really needs to take out this 27.6170 for us to continue higher. Absolutely, it's my pleasure. Happy to help, guys. That is awesome. That is awesome. So gold, because it's in a tougher spot, what I would do is I would use my drawing tools and I would mark out our range now. And whether I want to use a key level as a range or I want to use a rectangle as a range, we're going to do the rectangle. So now I see that gold's range is going to be from here And then we're going to copy this. We're going to clone it. And we're going to drag the next one down to about here, right? And we see that the low of the range, we broke this low and reversed. So even though I took shorts today because of that 50% chance on the edge full stats, we could still continue higher, right? We are making a higher low. This is a higher low right here. Let's see our arc tool. So we see that on gold, this is a higher low. We had a higher low and we had another higher low. So when we were downtrending, this was our lower low. So as soon as we were able to create a higher low above that and then a higher high above this pivot, that puts us in a short-term bull trend, and that has been in our favor. So right now we're range bound. We are looking for trends to continue on gold, but without breaking that key 27.30-880 level, it's very difficult for gold to continue. But gold and crude oil looking very good for strength to the upside. We'll take a quick look at the ES and NQ, and then we will wrap up our beautiful futures fever segment. So looking at the ES, I do see a little bit of a red flag for any long positions. I see that we're creating a whole lot of lower highs. So we created our lower high here, a lower high here. Now the question is, do we want to create another lower high here? Whereas when we were uptrending, we were making higher highs. Higher high, higher high, higher high. So we started failing these highs, made a lower high, lower high. Now we'll make another lower high. And we also started making some lower lows as well. So I do want to be careful. I am also looking at this daily right here, this basing candle. If this news, we have to remember, guys, data events in the market are enough to completely reverse direction. So even though we have been bearish, we've been getting news, we just had CPI, we had a very strong day to the upside. Depending on how we close and where we close, we could see some good strong trends of continuation on the ES and NQ going forward. All right, guys, that is a wrap on Futures Fever this week. I appreciate you all for joining in. You guys could check me out at tradingpioneers.net is where I have my one-on-one coaching sessions. And I hope you guys had a great day. Could always thank Benzinga for being so amazing, for offering such great services to us. Have a great day. Take care and happy trading. Remember, guys, manage your risk properly. Take care.